Hey, it's been a long time since we've seen that one. Hey, everybody, welcome to this.
Long ago, in the castle of a kingdom called Daventry.
Alexander, here you are. Oh, you're still not thinking about Cassima, are you?
I suppose I am.
Son, it's been months. You've got to pull yourself together. After all, you only met her that once.
I know.
Yeah, mother, I know her for 1 minute, but she got her bazongas
No.
and it was like, dang!
No one's even heard of it. It's like she's just vanished.
I wish I could help. Please try to think about something else, dear.
I'll try, Mother.
Alexander, the biggest case of blue balls. Good. Good to hear. The magic mirror, the most evil power in the world.
Alexander, I feel so alone. I don't know what to do. Alexander, I wish you were here. Alexander, Alexander.
Or maybe the magic mirror is the
Cassima,
greatest booty
wait.
call ever.
Mother! Mother, come quick!
Alexander, what on earth? You're white as a ghost.
Mother,
Is he?
I saw Cassima. She was in the mirror.
In the mirror? The magic mirror?
Yes.
No, the other mirror in the hallway.
Showed me how to find her.
How?
The stars. I saw the stars outside her window. I can navigate by the stars.
Oh, Alexander, if you really go...
It will be all right, Mother. I promise.
Ah, that's good that it's not COVID, so he'll be fine. Good. Look at that beautiful 3D water. Now don't look at the beautiful 3D seagull. Are the seagulls the star of the show now? Can we move along? So unnecessary. So unnecessary. So unnecessary. Why couldn't we be here right away?
Three long months,
D.
Prince Alexander sailed the known seas and beyond.
Oh, she will get the Devon trio, right? True, Gabriel. It would have probably helped.
Land ho! Land ho! Land ho!
Ah, seagulls can be the rulers of the galaxy, but cats are the rulers of the universe. They are the highest power.
As the ship nears the shore, day turns to night and the sea turns violent.
They hit it so hard that even the camera shook. No seagulls in Hawaii? Fascinating. But I bet you have all kinds of other seabirds. King's Quest. V! Or VI. Been there, done that. I wonder what game I'm playing. Most likely. I mean, Hawaii is quite far away in the ocean, so... There we go.
Alexander awakens to find himself on an unfamiliar beach. For a moment, he is too dazed to remember how he got here.
At least the narration is better than in 5.
Then, he does remember. The shipwreck. The sea. Just as he had seen his men safely into the lifeboats, a gigantic wave picked him up and tossed him overboard into the churning sea.
We will need
That
a lot
was
more
the
heft
last
before
he'd
we're
seen
through.
of his crew.
Hey, Specky.
Debris from the shipwreck is scattered along the shore, but of the lifeboats and his men, there is thankfully no trace. He can only hope and pray that the lifeboats survived the currents, and that his men made their way safely back to Daventry.
That right there, that beginning there, with him hoping that they made it safely back to Daventry. They were close to the Green Isles. They've been on the ocean for 2 weeks. How are they gonna get back to Daventry in a fucking lifeboat? And this idiot's like, I hope they make it back home safely. I'm sure they are safe somewhere on this island, idiot. And right from the get-go, it goes to show that Alexander is an idiot. Like a complete moron. Until there's one left and they still got 5 days to go to shore, and what are they gonna do? Eat themselves? Until one arm is left. At least then they would somehow survive. Hey, Vorsti. So a seagull and a crow this week. I didn't know how much I missed them. I was about to say, Gabriel, that I'm sure that now that you're in New Hampshire, you're gonna see a lot of seagulls. And a gray squirrel. Ooh. A cougar. Oh, cool. The only big cat that we have in Finland is a bobcat.
Alexander searches for a way to reach the black-haired girl whose memory will not escape him.
But apparently the name escaped them.
Alexander promises himself that he will not go home until he has determined what Cassima's feelings are for him, and if she needs his help.
Well, you were saying that she has some feelings for you because she called for help through the magic mirror, saying your name. So she has probably the same feelings for you as you have for her. You just want to bang. And these two just need that so badly.
Alexander feels his pockets carefully to make sure he hasn't lost anything. Alexander is carrying nothing.
Yeah, he hasn't lost anything because apparently he doesn't have anything. That means you've lost everything.
The beach is covered with a fine-grained white sand. The remains of Alexander's sailing ship lie dashed upon the distant shore. The ocean appears calm, but there's a dimpling pattern to the surface which indicates an undertow. The beach is covered with a fine-grained white sand.
Well, this is the CD version, so it is animated. In the DOS version, it might not be. This is how we start the game. With a death.
The ocean is not as calm as it appears. Underwater currents tug at Alexander's legs. The underwater tow is amazingly strong here. It pulls ferociously at Alexander's legs. Before Alexander can retreat, the current grabs his legs. The shifting sand vanishes from beneath his feet. Against his best efforts, he is dragged out to sea. The currents around the island pull Alexander under.
I mean, maybe you can find your sailors on
As
a
Alexander
lifeboat.
struggles to the surface for the third and last time, he finds himself wishing he'd paid more attention to the warning signs of an undertow.
Tickets only. Next.
Nothing like getting swept off your feet. A long plank lies on the beach. No doubt it once belonged to Alexander's ship.
Even the Amiga version is animated, though. Huh. So the DOS version should be animated, then.
Alexander pushes the plank to one side. A box has been partially buried under sand.
It's when you walk into the water, or when you look at the water, it
The
says.
ocean appears calm, but there's a dimpling pattern to the surface which indicates an undertow.
There it is.
Alexander's treasure box lies partially buried in the sand. It must have washed ashore with the other ship debris.
He has so much treasure in the box.
There's a copper coin in the treasure box. The coin bears the seal of Daventry and King Graham's noble face. Alexander takes the coin and leaves the ruined box where it is.
This is not Paper Mario.
Alexander's royal insignia ring lies abandoned on the sand. It must have slipped from his finger during the shipwreck. Fortunately, it was not lost in the sea. Alexander picks up his royal insignia ring from the beach. Alexander is standing on a beach littered with debris from his shipwreck. A path leads north into the lush green island. An occasional breeze rustles the nearby foliage.
So it does. Even the foliage has animation.
Alexander is carrying a copper coin of Daventry. King Graham graces the front of the coin. Alexander's ring is made of the purest gold and has the insignia of the royal family of Daventry on its face.
Yeah, a big D.
A hollow in the trunk of the old tree forms a perfect nesting place for wildlife. A grand old tree stretches its luxurious limbs out over the crossroads. The path splits here, forming a crossroads. One branch heads northeast towards a distant castle, and one leads northwest into a small village. To the left, a small village seems to invite the weary traveler. In the distance, a majestic castle shines in the sun.
But apparently not inviting a weary traveler. Still, we're gonna go to the castle. Doop-a-doop-a-doop. Maybe I just speed it up just a tiny bit. I should speed it up and not slow it down. Yeah, a little better.
The castle appears to be of Moorish architecture. Its marbled walls and delicate inlaid mosaics are unlike anything Alexander has ever experienced before. His own home, though lovely and dear to his heart, seems rough-hewn compared to this delicate beauty.
That's a lot of marble used for this castle.
The castle Formal hedges and bushes provide dramatic landscaping for the castle.
Dramatic.
Formal hedges and bush. There's a little hut just off the path. Perhaps the guard dogs have an occasional use for it, but it looks empty now. Two guards take their stance in front of the castle doors. They look quite fierce and have the stiff, blank expression of soldiers on formal duty. The castle doors are firmly shut and bolted. Alexander politely addresses the odd-looking guards at the castle doors, hoping to learn more about his predicament.
What do you mean odd looking? They're dogs.
Good day to you, guards. I was cast upon this island in a storm, and I'm a little confused about my location. Could you tell me what place this is and who lives in this castle?
Hey, what is that you say? A castaway? A likely story. We haven't had any foreigners in this part since Alhazred arrived.
Don't be so rude, Gruff. He's not asking for any secrets. You're standing on the Isle of the Crown, lad, and this is the Castle of the Crown. The royal family resides here. Rather, what's left of the royal family.
Music, tone it down.
The Isle of the Crown.
Thank you.
But tell me, am I anywhere near the land of the Green Isles?
This is the land of the Green Isles. The Isle of the Crown is the main island, foolish boy.
Then Princess Cassima must live in this very castle.
Aye, the princess is indeed our treasured jewel to guard, and we consider it...
It kind of
an
sounds
honor.
like the mayor in what was it? What was the graffiti game in Jackbox that we like to play but can't play it all the way to the end because it starts derping? Civic Doodle, yeah. He kind of sounds like the mayor, doesn't he?
Excuse me, guardsmen, guard dogs. I've been traveling for months to see Princess Cassima. I would like an audience, please.
I'm sorry, but the princess is not receiving visitors, particularly not strangers.
Alexander decides to show his royal insignia ring to the Castle of the Crown guards. With all of his papers lost in the shipwreck, it is the only possible calling card he can think of.
Good day. I'm Prince Alexander of Daventry. I'm an acquaintance of Princess Cassima. If you could just inform her that I'm here, please.
So everyone says. Let me just look at that ring.
What does it say, Gruff?
Kingdom of Daventry, Prince Alexander.
Oh, you can read
Wait here while I go see what Captain Saladin thinks of this.
it. Saladin. There, now the hut is a king. And get a nice crown on it. Tony J.
Guard returns
The
a
voice
month
actor
later
for
with
it,
a
Saladin.
majestic-looking creature. Captain Saladin speaks with a voice that is gentle, but reflects a will of iron.
Prince Alexander of Daventry, I presume. I'm afraid I'm unfamiliar with your country, but I'm sure Vizier Alhazred will want to meet you, if indeed you are a friend of the princess. Please, follow me.
Such a cool voice.
Lord Alhazred, a visitor to see you. Prince Alexander of Daventry.
What is it that you seek, Prince Alexander?
Pardon the intrusion, my lord, but I came to see Princess Cassima. Some months ago, my father, King Graham, saved my family and I from imprisonment under an evil wizard named Mordak.
The same wizard that kidnapped the princess?
Exactly. When my father rescued us, he also liberated Cassima and
Yep.
sent her home.
They did.
Then your father has my gratitude, and that of the entire kingdom. But I'm afraid I still fail to see the purpose of your visit.
Well, I came to make sure that Cassima arrived safely and to pay my respects. Before we parted, she gave me an invitation to visit.
I have no doubt she did exactly that at the time, Prince Alexander. However, things have greatly changed for Cassima since her ordeal in Mordak's castle.
Is that so?
Cassima's parents both became ill and died while she was gone. Cassima is sequestered in mourning for them as befits a princess. She is not receiving visitors of any kind. Even if she were, I do not think your visit would be appropriate. You see, it is time for Cassima to take her responsibilities seriously. With her parents gone, she no longer has the luxury to be a carefree maiden. As was her parents' wish, Cassima and I are to be wed.
Is that so?
We shall rule the kingdom together. I assure you, our marriage is all Cassima wants now.
Cut it out.
As a prince and a gentleman, it would be best that you leave before there is any further embarrassment.
I see. I suppose that I was mistaken. I thought for certain that Cassima... Well, I apologize.
A young man sees what he wishes to see. I'm sorry you've wasted your time traveling to the land of the Green Isles. May your journey home be swift.
Well, it won't be because we ain't got no ship.
I will take the opportunity to look around your fair land while I'm here.
I would advise against that. The kingdom is rather, shall we say, inhospitable these days. But it is your neck. You may risk it if you please. Captain Saladin will escort you from the castle. Good day.
You have had your hearing with Vizier Alhazred. I trust you will respect his wishes and not return. I have been instructed not to let you into the castle again. Good day, my lord.
Captain Saladin whispers something to the guard dogs at the castle gate, and they nod with understanding. Alexander has a feeling they won't be letting him into the castle again.
So how many of you guys believed a word that our Grand Vizier Alhazred said? Any of it? 10% maybe? 15% believable? And there were a lot of changes done for the CD version. But there are also some sacrifices done with the CD version, like in the DOS version. The earlier version than this had subtitles for the intro movie. The CD version doesn't. They removed them for whatever reason. I mean, who knows the reason why they did that? But they still did it. And I also realized that I can do this. There. Now it looks better. Well, when it comes to these games that there aren't that many that have like this had the 3D intro movie. So that had subtitles in the previous version, but for some reason they removed the subtitles for this version. But they updated all the portraits, some added animations, and improved the sound effects or the music a little bit. Not much, but some work was done to make the CD version better, but also some stuff was removed for no apparent reason. Who knows? Hey, unstable deals.
Another visitor. Stay a while. Stay forever.
Thank you for the follow. I think Vizier is an honest man doing honest work. Surely he wouldn't do anything seedy. After all, he is the Vizier.
The sign says pawn shop.
Does it?
The sign above the door says Ali's Books.
I guess so.
Alexander is standing on a sunny village street. There are open shops to his right, a hard-packed path beneath his feet, and palm trees waving over his head. To the north, a key-shaped arch leads to another part of the village.
It's
Old
not.
lamps for new! Old lamps for new!
It's not really a key shape. That's a tower shape of the like the Arab culture. As you can see right there, and that. So it's not key.
The pawn shop window has the words curios and antiques painted on it. What an interesting looking shop. The village buildings are made of rough sandstone stucco. This one houses a pawn shop at the street level and features rough wooden supports accenting the roof line. Steps lead up to the shop door.
One of those caps they put on the ends of a leg of a lamb. That kind of does. Now that you mention it, it kind of does. So it's a lamb leg shaped arch.
Old lamps!
Yeah, calm down.
Windows face the street from living quarters above the bookstore. An old beggar is peddling his wares in the village. He offers a variety of lamps, all neatly lined up on a long pole.
Good day.
Good day to you, sir. Who wants references? Who wants Easter eggs? We got plenty. Welcome to the pawn shop, filled with references. Shall we get to it?
Towering mightily over the other pawn shop curiosities, the stuffed bear makes an ostentatious display. A worn leather wineskin is suspended from the ceiling.
Good day to you, partner. By the way, you will be excited to learn that the internet is just as unreliable here as in Hawaii. God damn it. Great.
The back wall of the shop holds various odds and ends. For example, a hull hole detector for finding those hard-to-spot holes in small sailboats.
That's a King's Quest V reference, because there is a hole in that sailboat that drowns unless we put a plug in it.
Cat cookie mix. Play tricks on your friends, the box says.
Alexander here is very familiar with that. That's the spell that he made to defeat Manananan, or Banananan.
A golden bridle finder for finding those nearly invisible golden bridles.
That's a King's Quest IV reference, because that bridle is invisible, because you have to go behind or inside the freaking broken boat to find it.
Self-adhesive emeralds, what you use when you don't have honey.
That's King's Quest V, because we use those emeralds and honey to capture one of the pixies that will give us the boots.
Tongue climbing gear, tested on over 100 whale tongues.
Yet again, Rosella in 4.
A uvula tickler.
Another.
Guaranteed to make large mammals sneeze.
Especially whales with Rosella.
A cheese hook for retrieving cheese out of small holes.
King's Quest V.
A shovel that's guaranteed not to break for over 100 grave diggings.
Oh, how I wish it was like that in King's Quest IV. One of those bullshit soft locks.
A bridge repair kit for when you've crossed a bridge one too many times.
That's King's Quest II, because when you go to the doors, that bridge actually will break if you go over it too many times. the last time when you walk over it, it's gonna break under you and you die. And you'll have to go back to a much longer save because you have walked through over it too many times. Yes, another son of a bitch soft luck moment in Sierra games.
Stair traction pads. Stop slipping off those narrow staircases.
Any King's Quest! That's a reference to any King's Quest because the fucking stairs!
A hole detector.
I think that's all of them then. If it's going back to what we've seen already. Unless there are more items that we can look at.
The back wall of the shop holds various bottles and potions. For example, a bottle labeled Owl Courage Potion for spineless owls.
Yes, they acknowledge that Cedric is a coward! That's a Cedric reference right there.
A bottle of Gnome Begone.
Gnome Begone. Well, the only gnome that I can think of is Rumpelstiltskin in King's Quest 1, so maybe that's a reference to it.
Miniature carpet cleaner for those castles in a bottle.
Ah, that's King's Quest 5.
Bird's nest soup mix, treasure not included.
Yeah, but these are all references to other King's Quest games. Although I wish that Gnome Megon wouldn't be used on Keep On Laughing, but I do need him because I'm a magic user. Hey, Rumbaba.
Garlic, especially grown for vampire resilience.
That's King's Quest 2 because we kill a Dracula in it.
Magic mirror glass cleaner for when your future looks fuzzy.
That's King's Quest 3 because we used that to defeat the Medusa.
Shark repellent.
That's King's Quest 4 because you can easily get killed by the shark in it. Luckily, I never did. I got lucky. Yeah, Keep On Laughing is from Quest for Glory 2. Yeah, he's the magic shopkeeper. He's a gnome on a cloud. Annoying son of a bitch because he keeps rhyming everything and making stupid jokes and he's annoying as heck.
The pawn shop owner is a mysterious fellow.
Is he?
His face is old and inscrutable, and there's a glint of sheer iron in his gaze. Still, Alexander senses this is someone he can trust. A small box of enchanted sorcerer's flea and tick collars.
That is a reference to Manan because we turned him into a cat.
A bottle of gnome.
Is that all of it?
Bird's nest soup mix, treasure not included.
Bird's nest soup mix, treasure not included. That one I don't know what that's to a reference. Because I don't remember using bird nest on anything. And treasure... Oh. It must be King's Quest 3 because we climb up the tree to get the golden egg from the nest. That's the treasure. Or is it King's Quest 2? No, these are all King's Quest references. All of them. So I'm thinking... No, Amiga C64 are Sundays back again because Saturdays are community night. But I don't remember now. Was it King's Quest 1 or 2 when you... Or 3 when you climb up the tree to get that giant golden egg from the nest? I think that's what it's referencing. It's the only one that I can think of.
The world-famous talking bear has been sulking ever since his abduction from a small mountain community in California. He refuses to discuss real estate.
That's an old reference. At least the current for that era, but probably not anymore. I wonder how many people would even remember Talking Bear. The bird that makes that nest is a swallow that uses its own saliva. Yep. It's actually spit soup. Yep. Some birds are weird. King's Quest 1. Thanks, Snapback.
A small red drum beats no more on the shelves of the pawn shop. An old suit of armor stands in the pawn shop. It looks like a vigilant guard against thieves and carpet salesmen, even though it is headless. The land of the Green Isles must have at least one inhabitant with interest in the mystical, for a crystal ball has been traded in, along with the more common household goods. The pawn shop is a dimly lit place with a slightly musty smell.
Right at the beginning.
Curiosities litter every corner and every shelf. For sale are articles that range from the bizarre to the commonplace, from the priceless to the practical.
Yeah, but to get the ring from the pterodon's nest and give it to the healer. The Unstable was talking about Quest for Glory 1. The golden egg is in King Quest 1. Get your games right.
The pawn shop is... A lady's hand mirror has been separated from its original trousseau, and now gathers dust on the pawn shop shelves. Several half-burnt wax candles have been placed among the other pawn shop items. They probably light the shop at night. A helmet, probably belonging to the headless armor also in the shop, has found its way to a separate part of the counter.
Why is it separate from the armor? Maybe the helmet doesn't stay on the armor.
A tall skeleton lends an air of mystery to the shop.
Too giddy from all these Sierra goodies.
Good day, merchant. What can you tell me about the land of the Green Isles?
I can tell you she is in a dark time. Without the ferry, communication between the islands has ground to a halt, and so nearly has my business. Why the long ages of peace have ended, and why the crown has not done something about it is beyond me. But then, I am a shopkeeper, not a politician, and can only hope for better days.
If that voice sounds familiar, he will later be in LucasArts, as he is in Curse of Monkey Island, the sound of King Andre, the pirate, who has the big diamond that we need. On Skull Island. It's a duck.
How bide you, good merchant?
Quite well, though a purchase would not hurt me any.
Oh, we do have the coin. So let's buy something.
I have this copper coin. Is it of any value to you at all?
Most interesting. I have never seen a Daventry coin before, but it is copper genuine enough. I might even find a buyer who is interested in foreign currency. The items on the front counter are the only things in the store that I can let go for the price of 1 copper. You may make your choice from there.
Alexander looks at the items on the counter to make his selection.
I'm not bad, but my prizes are... Could you stop laughing like that? It's making me really nervous.
I see you have noticed my mechanical nightingale. She is made of plain tin, but she sings the sweetest song you can imagine, barely distinguishable from the real thing.
Barely.
The flute is only made of plain wood, but its notes are fine and true. Ah, yes, the painter's brush. It was well used by one of the island's best painters. There's a lot of creativity in that brush, and its bristles are still in good condition. Have you an interest in the brush? This one is only slightly battered. It holds a good supply of flint, a sturdy striking pad, and even a candle in case you find yourself with naught else to hold the flame.
You can exchange this copper coin, but only for these 4 items on the table. Nothing else in the shop. Because it's a copper coin. These are the cheapest shits that he has. Perfectly on display on the table already. It really goes to show that he doesn't have any business anymore because of the feud happening with the Isles.
That mechanical nightingale looks intriguing. I believe I'll take it.
Very well. Your coin is well spent. Remember, this is a pawn shop. I am always willing to take back my own goods in trade.
I'll remember. Thank you.
Is that really good for business? I buy an item from you, and then I come later to trade it for something else? Not to buy anything else? I mean, that's not how really pawn shops work. Although there are some that will trade. Well, no, maybe he was successful before, but now that with the feud between all the Isles, there are no customers anymore. So he's not successful anymore. Probably we haven't been the latest customer in who knows how long.
Alexander can enter the building by using the shop's door.
That's what I'm trying. I guess I clicked on the wall.
Hello. I will be right up. Now, what can I do for you?
Alexander is standing in a cozy little shop. Books of every size and shape line the walls. A crackling fire in the fireplace completes the tranquil scene.
It's not really safe to have such a big fireplace right in the middle of your bookstore. I mean, some of those books are gonna get real bad real fast. It's not just from the ashes that are flying out of the fireplace, but it's also the warmth. It's gonna ruin some of the covers. What buyer of foreign currency? There are only like a few dozen people in the world of Daventry. We've been over this before. Daventry, the great kingdom, with at least 10 people living there. There's a Rumpelstiltskin, a goat, lots of animals. Six at least. And also, why do you have a fireplace on? This place is like super warm. Like this place is built to be like an Arabian place, so it should be really warm in here. So, are you really just trying to burn yourself up and the whole place?
A plaque bearing a merchant crest hangs over the doorway. The bookshop owner must be proud of his credentials.
Not proud of his books, apparently.
There's a small table near the door that bears a sign. The sign has undergone a number of changes. It once read 10 pence, but that was crossed out and replaced with 5 pence, then 1 pence, then free. The sign currently reads, "Take one, please." Only one book remains on the table. It looks like the bookshop owner really wants to get rid of that book. Alexander is standing in a cozy little shop. The bookshop owner is a thin, middle-aged man. His intelligent eyes are slightly blurry from long nights spent reading by candlelight.
I hope he has glasses. It seemed like he did.
An old man occasionally steals sidelong glances at Alexander from under a concealing hood.
Keep your eyes to yourself there, mister.
A well-padded leather chair, a small table, and a fuzzy rug have been arranged into a cheery reading area near the fire.
Good day, sir. I'm a stranger in this land. What can you tell me about the land of the Green Isles?
That is quite a question, young man. Who are you?
Nice fez.
What would you have me tell you?
My name is Alexander. I know I'm on the Isle of the Crown, but I'd like to know whatever you can tell me about this island, and if there are other islands nearby.
You are indeed a stranger. Anxious is the man who knows not the customs of the land beneath his feet. This island is called the Isle of the Crown because the royal family's castle is here. Besides the castle, we also have this village and the docks over to the west. There are at least 3 other islands. The Isle of the Sacred Mountain, the Isle of the Beast, and the Isle of Wonder.
At least 3? Does no one know for certain?
This is no ordinary land, Alexander. The land of the Green Isles has always been a place of vague boundaries, as if islands come and go. Legend speaks of a 4th island, an isle shrouded in mists. I myself have never seen it. Then, too, the land of the Green Isles is said to exist on the boundaries of this world and the next. Even darker places are reputed to be closer here than anywhere else in the world.
That's quite a claim.
Claim, yes, but probably just local superstition. We who live here on the Isle of the Crown, at least, sleep well enough at night.
Those first 3 islands you mentioned, how might I learn more about them?
Ideally, a young man seeking such knowledge would travel to their shores and learn about them firsthand. Meeting the leaders of each place would be helpful, naturally. Unfortunately, the ferry no longer runs between the islands. There has been much political unrest.
Oh, great.
And it has been too dangerous to travel for years.
Politics,
Perhaps
always.
the ferryman can tell you more. He has little enough to do these days. And if you haven't been there already, you might seek an audience at the castle.
Thank you kindly, merchant.
Been there, done that.
For all your good advice.
Ah, but advice is free, Alexander. Making use of it costs much more.
Yes, it costs money. I mean...
An antique leather-bound book is displayed on a little stand on the counter. On the elaborate cover is the title, Ye Useful Book of Magic Spells.
How much for that book on the counter, merchant?
It is a fine book, is it not? I obtained it from the estate of the one and only magician this kingdom has ever had. Poofed himself into an aardvark in the end, or so I heard. I never found the spells all that useful myself, but then I lead a boring life.
Well, the spells will give you excitement.
If you can find another rare book, something a bit more marketable, I might be willing to exchange the spell book for it.
Alright. I'll keep an eye out for a more rare book that you can sell.
There's a book entitled The Changing Role of Court Entertainers Through the Ages on the small table in the reading area. It appears that some regular customer likes that book. These shelves hold a collection of oddly titled guidebooks. Alexander notices such books as How to Become King with Little or No Rupees Down, Finding the Right Girl with the Right Dowry, and Why Good Princesses Like Bad Wizards.
Right dowry?
These shelves hold...
Should I do that and make a dowry that I can just go around and... There's the girl that I need!
Volumes of poetry are on display on this bookshelf.
Hey, Goblet.
Thinking of Cassima, Alexander decides to leaf through one of the volumes of love poetry. He reads, Thy hair, thy lips, thy beauteous face, and all thy studied female grace have won for thee anon a place within this broken breast. Not bad. And another.
Oh boy.
Upon the shore the lilies bend, untouched by worldly care, where shadow they her earthly bed, oh, that she were not there. Yikes. And another. What was it when I looked at you? What power has chained me through and binds my heart with links so tight I cannot live without the sight of you? What nameless thing has captured me and made me powerless to flee? What thing is it without a name that brings my mind e'er back the same to thee? The name of love cannot apply. Its commonness does not decry the haunted, hunted, painful cry that my heart makes for you, that e'er my soul eternal makes for you.
That's the power of love.
A little close to home, that one.
Alexander returns the love poem book to the shelf. A page has fallen from the poem book and now lies on the floor.
And yoink!
Alexander picks up the fallen page. It's the love poem he particularly liked. It must have fallen out of the poetry book.
You think?
I see that old volume has lost another page. You may keep it if you like, sir. I have glued the stubborn thing back in place 2 times already.
I do rather like it. Thank you, merchant.
Alexander picks up the book from the small table.
Oh, yes, please, take that book. You have my most humble thanks for doing so, good sir.
Really? Thanks.
I'd buy that for $1.
Thanks, I'm back for a gift sub.
Alexander has a love poem from a book in the bookshop. Alexander is carrying a book from the bargain table in the bookshop.
Hopefully Jeppo enjoys the emotes.
Shadows of the house lay across the dusty path between the village and the sea. The house is made of stucco in an architectural style native to the island. It is apparently quite old since climbing vines embrace its exterior.
You lazy thing! Get back to work and stay away from the roses! I've told you 1,000,000 times! Those flowers are too sweet for the likes of you! You've still got to do the breakfast dishes, make lunch, and clean the stables yet this morning! And get your veil back on! No one wants to look at your face!
Yes, stepmother.
You could have done all the great shouting. I mean, I appreciate that you actually put effort to your voice acting, but away from the microphone? I mean, that was... Whew! That was almost way too loud for the microphone. Oh.
Hey, stranger, come join me. The water is wonderful, and I can show you the way to the next island.
A young boy is happily swimming in the sea off the docks.
Good day. I'm Alexander. What are you doing in the sea?
What does it look like I'm doing? I'm swimming. I mean, come join me. The water's wonderful. I can show you the way to the next island. Come on, jump in. A little water won't hurt you.
I mean,
considering the poor condition of the shore, it looks like the easiest way to get into the water is just to jump off the pier. The powerful currents grab Alexander. Struggle as he might, he feels himself being pulled out to sea.
Not a very good swimmer, are you?
Help me!
Sorry, I think not.
As his head submerges for the 3rd time, Alexander finds himself pondering the wisdom of going out on a limb for a stranger.
tickets only. Next.
Alexander couldn't handle those currents. That boy must be an unbelievably strong swimmer.
Unbelievably.
Hey, stranger, come join me. The water is wonderful, and I can show you the way to the next island.
A worn wooden vessel has been dry docked on a jetty. The boat is in sad shape. A hole in the hull and the condition of its boards make it obvious that the vessel is no longer seaworthy.
Come on, jump in. A little water won't hurt you.
Oh, trust me, it has hurt us
A
twice.
decrepit pier juts out into the sea.
I've learned my lesson. Hey, Slater.
The battered old sail doesn't look like it's ever going to catch its second wind. The waters in this cove appear calm, but there's a dimpling pattern to the surface which indicates an undertow. Alexander is standing at the island's docks. Both the pier and the only boat in sight are in sad repair.
What are you waiting for? I said I'd show you how to get to the next island, didn't I?
Yeah, but I got better ways to do it. So screw you, kiddo. Also, I don't... Okay.
That's strange. The young boy in the water just disappeared. Oh well, perhaps he just dove under the water.
I didn't trust his golden eyes. Hey, it's been a while since Slater has been here, yeah. Perhaps he's just drowned. Good. Learns his lessons.
A wooden door leads to the interior of the boat's cabin.
That's what usually doors do.
Yeah, what do you want?
Alexander promises himself that he will...
Excuse me. My name is Alexander. The owner of the bookshop in the village told me you might be able to help me. I hear you used to run this ferry for the islands. I'd like to talk to you if you have a moment.
You say old Allie sent you? I can't see why. The ferry's not running, you know.
I understand. I'd just like to talk to you about the islands if you don't mind.
Well, I guess it'd be all right if Allie sent you. Well, don't just stand there. Come on inside. What is it you wanted to talk about, young man?
You know, with these new and improved portraits that they have for this game, kind of reminds me of I Must Scream and I Have No Mouth, because they have talking portraits like that, and also later on with Gabriel Knight and all that. So this is pretty much the first one that where they have these very improved talking heads. I mean, Laura Bow had also talking heads, but they weren't as well done as this. Hey there, Albert Mark. Let's loot this place. Loot what, exactly? This place has nothing. Isn't that how the lyrics go? Yo ho, boil the man down.
The ferryman is a disgruntled-looking man who is probably a lot younger than he appears. Despite his tired air, he watches Alexander patiently.
What can you tell me about voodoo Neanderthals?
Alexander is sitting inside the ferry's cabin. The place displays the neatness of a seaman and the sparseness of a bachelor. There are few frills and comforts in the rough wooden environment, but the sunlight shines cheerily on the oaken beams, and the portholes admit a pleasant breeze. The ferryman's bunk looks hard and uncomfortable. No wonder he can be so cranky. Portholes provide fresh sea air and daylight to the boat's small cabin. There's a rabbit's foot on the table. It seems the ferryman is counting on a little luck. Alexander is sitting. Several oil lamps are strategically placed around the boat's cabin to eliminate the island's dark nights. The ferryman's bunk looks hard.
Yeah, I'm sure that there's not even a mattress. It's just a wooden box that he lays upon, and he's got at least a sheet and pillow. Good for the back, I guess.
I'm a visitor to these islands. I'd like to learn what I can about the area.
So you said outside. What is it you want to know?
Well, for one thing, why has the island's only ferry been dry docked?
Huh. It just ain't safe to sail these days. What with the islands feuding and all. Wazir Al-Hazred ordered the ferry closed till things settled down. Me, I don't think she'll ever see water again.
But why are the islands feuding?
You got me. Something about stolen property or some such thing. 'Tis a real shame. Things used to be so friendly.
Then this unrest is recent.
A few years is all, but it's been long enough.
Perhaps if the ferry were repaired.
This old thing? This ferry's been out of water so long she's no longer even seaworthy. Her boards have dry rot. She'd fall apart at the first taste of seawater.
Not to mention the big hole.
Some way to get off this island.
There's only one other way to travel that I know of. A magic map. The owner of the pawn shop can tell you more about that than I can, Alexander.
Alright. Let's go get a magic map from the pawn shop. Okay. I guess we're headed to Monkey Island then. Wrong company. Well, there's one important item that we need.
I see you have a rabbit's foot. Has it brought you much luck?
As you can see, my luck's been out for some time now, despite that old charm. Why don't you take it with you? Perhaps giving the darn thing away will bring me good fortune at last.
Perhaps it will at that. Thank you. Well, I think I'll be going now. Thanks for allowing me into your home.
Posh, not at all. It breaks the boredom, if you know what I mean.
What a nice guy. Tweet a tweet. And also, in the story, that the Isles are, you know, battling against each other of political reasons, that some important items have been stolen. Where have I heard that before? Oh yeah, the next game I'm gonna play. Quest for Glory 3 has the same thing. Two tribes are against each other because the important items being stolen. I get the feeling that these stories may have been written at the same time and they didn't really have any idea for Quest for Glory 3. That's why it's the worst of the series. At least they seem to have a good welfare system on this island. Everyone can survive without work, apparently. But also, like Daventry and every other place, there's only a few people living on this island. All these books, the pawn shop, this beggar, the girl outside and the awful stepmother, the ferryman. Well, Castle has a lot of people in there, but all these people in the village? Who knows how many people live here? Who knows how much good business these two are getting from the villagers? They probably read all the books and can't get anything new from the pawn shop. Speaking of, let's go to the pawn shop here.
Good day.
A good day to you, partner. Time to gamble, I guess. I mean,
A mysterious old man also patronizes the pawn shop. He steals sidelong glances at Alexander from under his hood.
Nice golden eye you got there, mister. Golden eye!
An elegant little glass dish decorates the countertop. The dish is full of green mints offered for the enjoyment of the customer.
Nice Glinda, his golden eye.
Excuse me, merchant, but the ferryman mentioned that you might have a magic map of the land of the Green Isles.
Why, as a matter of fact, I do. I keep it under the counter. It's been gathering dust so long that I nearly forgot about it. It was quite a few years ago, you see. The estate of a wealthy wizard fell into my hands when he died. It was useless magical junk mostly, which reminds me, I've still got some things of his in the back that I need to dump out. Anyway, the magic map was the one true treasure in the lot. The wizard was quite old and feeble and had enchanted the map to aid in traveling. It is said that one need only desire to be on an island depicted on the map to find oneself there. It is a very valuable map, as you can imagine. Unfortunately, no one is interested in traveling these days. It is far too dangerous with the current state of the kingdom.
What would you take for the map?
I would normally want something magic in return, but since I am hardly overrun with prospective buyers, I would be willing to take anything of equal value in exchange.
Well, you got only one item.
If Alexander wants to exchange one of his possessions for an item in the pawn shop, he'll have to arrange it with the pawn shop owner first by showing him the object for trade.
Would you be willing to take my family ring in exchange for the magic map?
Daventry, are you a king then?
No, that's my father, King Graham. I'm just Alexander.
Well, Prince Alex, she is a beautiful ring. Are you sure you can part with such a unique family heirloom?
The ring does mean a lot to me. I didn't always have a family, you know. Still...
Yes, you did. You had Banana and his cat.
There are more important things at stake.
For 17 years.
Then you now own a magic map, Prince Alex. I will keep your ring out of sight for a few days. If you find anything else of great value in your travels, you can come back for your ring. I would hate to see it melted down for gold. Ah, and a warning about the map. It will only operate when you are out in the open and within sight of the sea. The limitation has something to do with the teleport spell ingredients. You might try the beach.
Thank you. You are very kind, and I'll remember about the map.
Suddenly, the old man in the concealing cloak sneaks past Alexander, and with a sneaky dart of his hand, steals a mint from the candy jar. The old man stuffs the mint into his mouth and wobbles unsteadily out of the pawn shop.
That's some strong mint. Seconds later, in the castle.
Master! I followed Prince Alexander as you wished. From the pawn shop owner, he just abstained, just reprieved. He just got a magic map. You fool! You've been eating those mints again. I ordered you to stop that. Yes, Master.
Yes, apparently mints make him drunk.
About a magic map. With a map, Prince Alexander could travel anywhere as quickly as I can. I thought I took care of the only means of travel. By my scimitar, I can't have him stirring things up now. Get a hold of yourself and listen carefully, Shamir. Go to the other islands and tell them...
Also, did you pay enough attention to that screen? One of the dumbest puzzles in the game is that if you don't pay enough attention to that screen, you will get soft-locked. Permanently. And you won't know it until you get to the moment when you need to get what you need. You know what you needed to pay attention to? It's a fourth wall breaking puzzle. Because how is Alexander supposed to know what lamp he needs to get? On the table is the genie's lamp. And every time you play the game, it's a different one. You just have to look at it and memorize which one it is, because later on, you have to replace it. It is one of the most annoying puzzles. I mean, you can brute force it, just keep getting all the, just get a lamp from the beggar, try it out, it is not the same, then go get a new one, and it's just brute forcing, that's not the best way to do it. But even back in the day, nobody understood that that's what you needed to do. You had to actually look at that cutscene and look at the lamp to memorize what it is. It is not fun. But yet again, it is Sierra. What do you expect? They make sometimes they have really dumb puzzles. Really dumb puzzles. Too bad I cannot use the lamp. I'll just put it normal then. Actually. Brother, the lamp. I just put that meme earlier today into Discord everywhere because it's such an old meme, but I love it. If you don't remember, it's the moth going, brother, the lamp. Don't go to the lamp. Stay away from the lamp. Or brother, stay away from the forbidden lamp. Which is it's a sun.
Alexander takes a mint. The small green mint looks very tasty.
And I like it that it has a big M on it to tell us that it's a mint.
The rabbit's foot has long, soft fur. Alexander has a love. The magic map is made of thin leather and has lifelike drawings of the islands on its uneven surface.
Aha! It is the Necronomicon map. It's not leather, it's human skin. Too bad it doesn't have a screaming face on it. So it's not a Necronomicon, it's a Necronomy map. Necronomy map. Necronomatlis?
A nightingale perches on a high branch of the tree. She sings the most beautiful song Alexander has ever heard.
Necrotelecomnicon. Well, of course it is.
Hello, Nightingale. What a lovely tune you sing.
The nightingale only looks at Alexander suspiciously and continues to sing. Alexander winds the mechanical nightingale and places it on the ground.
Are you gonna place it on the ground then?
The mechanical nightingale
sounds just like a nightingale.
Sweet, tinny tune.
Oh,
the nightingale on the tree cocks her head and
it's
listens
tinny.
intently.
It has to be wooden, not tinny. It has to be a wooden sound. Oh yes, a strong word. Tune. That's a strong word. Wooden word. Tune.
The nightingale flies to a lower branch and looks at Alexander curiously, as if she were deciding that this human might not be so bad. The nightingale sings her crystalline song in the boughs of the old tree. The nightingale looks at Alexander curiously, as though waiting for something.
It'll be a while, but you'll get what we need. That's your garbage bin?
A large round pot is one of the pottery pieces on display outside the shops. Alexander sorts through the odds and ends that the pawn shop owner dumped into the pot. Magic exploding gum wrappers, a shattered crystal ball, a cracked wand, a fake thumb. Near the bottom, Alexander finds a little glass bottle labeled ink. It appears to be empty, but Alexander decides to take it anyway. You never know when a small bottle will come in handy.
Especially an ink bottle. We can fill it with ink. Chirpy, chirpy, cheep, cheep. Perfect silence for a loud fart.
Alexander pulls out his magic map.
Better be a freaking magic map. Yeah, there we go. The sacred
Alexander feels
maiden.
a strange pulling sensation. There's an ugly flower growing near the base of the cliff.
You're an ugly flower.
Alexander notices an unusually large coal-black feather lying on the beach. Alexander takes the feather. Alexander picks the flower and is startled by its hideously strong skunk-like odor. For a moment, he can smell nothing else.
Eesh.
Colors of flame burst from the center of the incredibly stinky flower and drip onto its petals. The flower's appearance is as flamboyant as its smell. Alexander is carrying an unusually large black feather. Alexander pulls out his magic map.
Let's get to the Isle of Silliness.
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
This looks like a drumstick.
One of the oysters is sitting up in bed and doesn't look very happy. He seems to be the only one who can't sleep. In the oyster's mouth, Alexander can see a glint of white. Oyster beds line the seashore. Most of the oysters are sound asleep.
Like I said, the Isle of Silliness.
Why aren't you asleep like the other oysters?
Oh, I'm so weary, but I can't sleep. I have a terrible ache in my mouth.
Maybe I shouldn't say it's the Isle of Silliness. It's the Isle of Puns. So many puns. An endless barrage of puns. Anyway, let's read the book.
If you're having trouble sleeping, Perhaps you'd like me to read to you.
Hey, that would be great!
2 dulcimers raised to the degree of 40 half-dulcimers, divided into equal parts by the third of a cackle of grouse geese.
No wonder he wanted
yield
to get rid of the
result
book.
Of 10 fine mackles, albeit small fine mackles, stretched over the total of 53 1/8 bottles of wild beast lard.
A wildebeest.
Alexander sees nothing of interest on that part of the oyster.
That was quick.
Yields a gilded minnow of precise measurements, 2,069 centidrills by 3,023 6/7 puns, not punts, as might be expected. This is not to say, however, in any sense whatsoever, that deviations in mean temperature of 5 or 6 dregs or so.
Alexander makes a grab for the pearl.
Yoink.
Hey! You fixed my mouth! It feels great!
Yeah, you better fall asleep. Your voice is
the
annoying.
little oyster drifts into peaceful slumber with the rest of his oyster friends.
Oh. Oops.
Alexander hears someone coming.
"5 fierce guards of the isle we be. Watch for a foreign man," said he, "with ears and nose, tongue, hands, and eyes. Its nature cannot be disguised. If man it be, then man it dies. Old Tantro, smell your smell. Do that which you do so well."
Sniff, sniff. Says
A
stuff.
gnome with a huge nose stands before Alexander.
"Alert, my brothers, as we feared. A man has landed here. A man so sailor knows. Into the waiting sea he goes."
Whee!
The gnomes toss Alexander too far out into the sea for him to get his footing. The currents drag him under.
Yet again we drown. So many ways to die. Drowning, drowning, drowning. Drowning?
Tickets only. Next.
Guess those gnomes couldn't reach a consensus.
Bleh. Bad. Bad, bad, bad. Bad pun, bad.
A string of letters floats in the water. The letters spell out, "Where are you going?" Alexander's heard of alphabet soup, but this is ridiculous.
I mean, it's not even soup, it's in the water, in the ocean. Each of those gnomes have a different way of... different... Well, when they recognize you, they will say something different depending on which sense catches you as a human. So, like the one with the eyes, that is all say the eyes, and into the ocean the human flies. I think that's what they say. Don't remember what they say with the one with the mouth or the tongue. I mean, that's what the mouth is. It has a big tongue. And then there's the one with the ears. I mean, they all have like a punny way of throwing him into the ocean. Just rhyming with the appropriate sense.
Alexander hears someone coming.
5 fierce guards of the isle we be. Watch for a foreign man, said he, with ears and nose, tongue, hands, and eyes. Its nature cannot be disguised. If mad it be, then mad it dies. Old Tom Troll, smell your smell. Do that which you do so well.
Alexander holds the flower of stench out to the gnome with the jumbo nose.
Tom Troll I am, that's all I'll be. My nose knows all on land and sea. A flower of stench has washed ashore. A flower 'tis all, and nothing more.
That's one down, 4 to go.
Hark you, Grovenor.
Grovenor?
As you swore. With your ears, please tell us more.
Alexander winds the tin nightingale and plays it for the gnome with the monumental ears.
Of course, Rumbaba. I mean, romancing the stolen jewel of the Nile and the voice of Jessica Rabbit. Alexander, you okay there? That nightingale is vibrating a lot. Ladies.
A nose is not a way to spy. My ears cannot be told a lie.
Disgusting.
A nightingale is all there be. No man is near, and so say me.
Disgusting.
Taste, Grump, that we might know whether friend or whether foe.
What a big tongue,
Alexander
ladies.
holds the wind out for the gnome with the gigantic mouth.
Grump knows a tasty treat. It matters not what others bleat. No danger is this one so sweet. Trilly dilly, use your hands. Is it beast or is it man?
I didn't know that the big mouth guy was Droopy, the dog.
Alexander holds the rabbit foot out for the gnome with the huge hands.
Be all you mad? What aileth thee? A bunny can't trill merrily. A hare does not at all taste sweet. A rabbit here is all we greet. Old Bill Batter, never fatter, vision can resolve this matter. Look you now and end this chatter.
Alexander pours the contents of the empty-looking ink bottle over himself.
It's disappearing ink.
By all that's beauteous, fair, and sightly, 4 morons do I sleep with nightly. There's nothing there at all, I say. Enough of this. Let's now away.
Good riddance.
Alexander did it. He's fooled the guards.
Do you know to whom these gnomes are the most annoying part of the game? Number 9, number 9, number 9, number 9.
Giga Chad, Giga Chad, number 9, number 9.
Alexander picks up the object floating in the water. It appears to be a string of letters. They say, "Where are you going?"
I mean, we already read it
Decides to keep the odd sentence.
when we looked at
It
it.
is incomplete.
Wear a mask. Which mask to wear? There are several masks that I've never worn. Should I wear one of those that I have never worn before? I don't know how well they will work with the stream. I do want to try them out. It will not be a while before I will be... Hang on. I'm gonna just pause the game. And also, I'm gonna hide the webcam. So you guys don't get to see it when it happens. Because I need to set it off that way. You can still hear me talking. Yeah. Well, that's the first part. False. Can't really wear the correct glasses when I have those on. That's the first part. Which one? Well, the most part of this. I can't see shit from here. What I need to do first is... Hang on. This house is kind of sus out there. It's very sus, I'm sure. And also I need to put my pretty hair earphones on. But then hear the game while wearing this mask. Wait until you see what I will be wearing. And with the Giga Chat voice mod going on, this is gonna be hilarious. Does already. Yeah, well, since I wore the horse mask, I also got a unicorn and a chicken. Can we continue with the game? That's what it's for. Also, I can't see shit. The only places we were to look from are the nostrils and the mouth. It is very restricting to my eyesight. How do you see that? Very badly. Or again, very badly. Very restricted. I don't even know if I could play the game without an hour of the process. What do we need to do next? Well, we gotta go. This way. You guys already thought of some more ponds? We're plenty of those around here. We interrupt this gameplay to bring you a hotline Miami spider-wide or bulljet spider-wide. You may call me Mr. What? You know, like Mr. Ed, but what? Without else. You can see something if there was a mask. From here, or from here, or from there. There's not much that I'm gonna say. You guys cannot even see me inside of here, but I can see you. Just barely.
That was the sound for the voice mod, not the mask. You know, I thought that this would be really bad. It's not that bad. Could have been worse, but it's not. I really can't see anything from here. Just a little bit.
The tail end of this island is a riotous scramble of books, sand, and a spider's web.
It ain't my web.
Little bees buzz around the books as though the pages were laden with the sweetest pollen. Maybe they're spelling bees.
That's exactly what they are.
Piles of stacked books, looking ready to topple at any moment, have been arranged haphazardly on the sandy ground. Piles of stacked books, look.
Yritätkö sä sanoa jotain, Bennigan? Pistä itse tällainen naamari naamaas. Ja yritä nähdä täältä yhtään mitään. Tää on missä on mun leuka. Ei mene tän alemmaksi. Jos mä yrittäisin, mä tukehtuisin tähän. Koska jos se olisi alempana, sit mä en näkisi yhtään vitun mitään. Sit mä olisin täysin sokea. Niin nytkin mä en hyvä jos näe mitään. You know, to see better from this mask, I have to use one eye. Because if I have both eyes open, I can barely see because everything's wonky. This doesn't work with 3D vision. Yeesh. You better get some rest then, Gabriel. Yeah, you really should. I mean, that's the sign of it. Get some warm drinks in ya and get some rest. But I'm glad that you are getting better. There it is.
What do you think you're doing?
I'm sorry. I didn't realize these books had an owner. I'm in need of a rare book.
No owner? All books have owners, my good man. And this book owner, Bookworm to you, wouldn't part with one of his books for anything.
Isn't there something I can do for you to pay for the book?
Let's see. Do you have an itinerant clause?
No. No clauses at all, I'm afraid.
As an exception, you always should.
Who said that? Oh. That thing.
Don't mind oxymoron and
Oh.
diphthong.
Oh.
They're fairly limited grammatical principles, you know. Let's see. A marsh pig that does Texas?
No. I'm afraid not.
A dangling participle?
Hey, Oompa Doompa.
I'm fresh out.
A purple fiddle whacker?
No, I don't think so. Sorry.
An idiosyncrasy, perhaps?
Afraid not.
Ha! Then what good are you?
Well, he's a prince. Does that count? Can I take this off? Even though there's still like 2.5 minutes left. It's getting really hot in here.
No. No. No.
Well, if you say no. Alright, it's only 2 minutes left. Anyway.
Are you there, most venerable bookworm?
Do you have anything interesting yet?
A regular abnormality?
Let me see what I have. I have a sentence. Would that do?
An incomplete one, I suppose.
Why, actually, it is incomplete.
Just as I suspected. Incomplete sentences are a dime a dozen. Why, you can literally just find them floating about. Complete sentences. Ooh, now there's something that's hard to come by these days.
I see. Sorry.
Alexander is carrying, oddly enough, a sentence. The flawless pearl is the largest Alexander's ever seen.
Spidey's distant relative, Horseboy. I want that mask now. I'm just gonna wait until the timer is off so I can get this goddamn mask off myself. It's really getting hot in here. Well, only 5 seconds left anyway. Oh, finally. I wear this just to avoid it from the latex touching my skin, because otherwise my skin gets really irritated. Oh! Good thing I have the window open. Give me a drink. I bought that baklava just... or whatever it was called. Not a baklava, but a baklava. Something. I bought it for the reason of wearing it under those masks, so my skin doesn't get irritated from the latex. Oh. Balaclava, that's it, yep. Baklava is a Greek sweet. I've actually tried baklava. Yeah, not my thing. Yep, I mean the baklava is super sweet. That burp is great because at the end it actually fails. Like it just cuts off. Yeah, there's nothing else we can do around here right now. The walkthrough is telling me to do something that I can't do because I don't have the item that it's telling me to get later. Well done, walkthrough. You put an item here when I don't have it, and you tell me to go get it later. Well done. Quality walkthrough from Sierra Chest. Focused on Sierra games only. And these are the walkthroughs that I've been using for all these games, but now there's a second walkthrough that is not well done. Kind of makes me want to go find another walkthrough that gives me proper instructions. Oh yeah, I need to change that. The Batman ones. Yeah. I don't think I have any Batman emotes right now. Yeah, I don't. That still needs to be fixed.
A pretty stone path leads north to a colorful gate and south to the oozy swamp. Alexander is standing in a delectable garden. Nestled in the bright green grass are colorful plants growing in orderly clusters. Some of their curious faces peer up at Alexander from the sides of the path. The garden ends at a speckled gate. Two fat stone pillars surround the gate. Above them float pieces of stone that seem to be an open rebellion against the laws of gravity. A curiously speckled gate marks one end of the garden.
Probably made out of pizza. Sorry, getting into this area gives me sneezes.
Alexander is standing at the edge of a strange land with rolling checkered hills. Two chessboard knights stand before the marble entrance, guarding a path which wanders like a ribbon into the velvety hills. A noble white chess knight stands at the top of the marble stairs. A red chess knight stands at the top of the marble steps. The entrance to chessboard land consists of a stepped marble bridge with astonished-looking pillars. The sky of chessboard land is a brilliant shade of blue and has heavy cotton candy clouds.
Excuse me, what land lies beyond?
What land? Chessboard land, you knave.
I see. And is chessboard land part of the land of the Green Isles?
It is the home of the red and white queens, rulers of the Isle of Wonder, fairest of the islands that owe loyalty to the king of the land of the Green Isles.
Really?
But perhaps not for long.
What do you mean?
What is the purpose of unity with the great king and queen dead? The princess is worth serving, but the feud with the other isles is strong.
His voice kind of reminded me of Michael York. Okay, Zampak.
I must insist, Your Highness. I shall send a lump of coal to the Vizier and the Princess as a present for their wedding, and that's the end of it.
And I suppose you'll leave me with only this stupid spoiled egg to send, Your Highness. I want to impress the new king and queen of the realm as much as you do. As queen of this island, I have every right to that lump of coal.
Who isn't queen of this isle? The lump of coal is in my possession. Therefore, I shall do as I please with it. Besides, there's nothing wrong with that spoiled egg.
Except it's spoiled.
Egg
though delightfully spoiled, is not nearly so valuable as the lump of coal, and you know it. Your Highness always got to carry the singing stone. It's not fair that you get the coal, too. That doesn't count. The singing stone was stolen by that horrid beast. I should get to keep the coal just because my stone was stolen. It wasn't your stone. It belonged to the Isle of Wonder treasury. Your Highness always thinks that everything is hers. Excuse me, my good man, but could you settle an argument for us? Which of us should get to carry the coal and which the egg? Remember, white is the color of deserving truth and virtue. Quiet, Your Highness, and let him make up his own mind.
Hey, Box.
I, for one, shall be more proper, and not even mention the fact that red is the color of love.
I'm sorry, Your Majesties. I'm partial to both red and white, but I'm afraid that I don't know how to solve your problem. One of you will just have to be gracious and allow the other the lump of coal.
What a ridiculously stupid idea. Quite ludicrous. He was a lot of help, wasn't he? Oh, yes. Obviously a man of high intelligence.
Well, he actually gave you a good, good advice.
Much better with my gown anyway. Black and red are imperial colors.
Like, he gave you good advice, but you're such Karens, you don't even want to listen.
Thing I ever heard. Red does not go with anything, being much too self-conscious. White is the perfect accompaniment to any color.
Not with coal, because you're gonna ruin the white color. Pompous asses is what they are. Just pompous asses.
The Red Queen has dropped her scarf on the steps.
Birthday was fun. That's all there is to it.
Alexander picks up the Red Queen's scarf.
I'm also wearing the shirt that I got for my birthday. California, baby. I have all kinds of pictures in Discord, Pox. If you look in food and recipes and images and such.
Is that lettuce growing in the garden? It looks a little chilled. Why, it must be iceberg lettuce.
I'll be using that when we get here properly.
Alexander picks a head of iceberg lettuce.
Ye gads! Is that cold?
This is the punniest area of them all, and also the dumbest area of them all, the most annoying area of them all. I mean, this place is filled with puns.
The Isle of Wonder swamp oozes with muck, moss, and mud. Crickets and frogs sing an endless serenade, and the green filtered light adds to the sense of dampness here.
Boss!
Alexander pulls out his magic map.
To the Isle of Beast?
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation. A little fawn is feeding on a grassy hillock near the sea.
Cute.
There's an odd little creature dangling from that tree branch. The dirt path starts at the sea and winds its way off into a densely wooded forest. Alexander is standing at the edge of the sea on a heavily forested island. As far as the eyes can see, tall trees spread out their branches as though straining to link arms, their tops forming a canopy above. A path leads north through the forest.
Hello, friend. Aren't you an odd-looking little fellow?
I'm not odd-looking, you are.
Says Yoda.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you could speak.
Speak not. Funny is, speech I am and nothing but.
Alexander holds the sentence out to the creature.
This sentence seems in need of an ending. Perhaps you could finish it?
Where are you going? Where are you going? Know what I do? Where are you going to? Like you I do. Go I with you?
Hooray, we made a friend.
Well, that was certainly interesting.
It
looks like
say the
Alexander
least.
now has a passenger. One end of the creature resembles a miniature dragon, while the other looks like a possum. What a strange-looking fellow.
A stego possum.
Take me home to.
Yeah, the other one was ham and the other salmon. My aunt always makes, when it's like a little party or something that, or a get together, she usually makes a smörgåstorta. I'm actually gonna eat the last piece of the smörgåstorta very soon, because there's so much time very soon.
A rabbit hops about rather fearlessly. It's probably never even seen a human.
Can we talk to it?
Alexander isn't quite lonely enough to talk to a rabbit.
Oh, come on, it's a cute bunny. Talk to it.
Alexander would look pretty silly diving for that rabbit. There's no way he could catch it with his hands. The forest is dotted with clumps of wild mushrooms. Alexander is traveling on a path through a dense forest. The woods on either side of the path are teeming with wildlife. Blocking his progress north is a pond that boils with a magical intensity.
I'm sure it'll be fine. I mean, we are the hero. We can survive anything, right?
Alexander decides to brave the boiling pond. And soon realizes a deep sympathy for soup vegetables as he learns the true meaning of being in a stew.
Anybody want some human soup?
Ticket only. Next.
It looks like Alexander's in a bit of a stew.
I would say it's still soup, then stew. Unless there's some kind of broth in there. Now, how do you cool off a very hot boiling water?
Alexander is carrying a full head of a queer-looking lettuce made of ice.
You're queer-looking.
The lettuce is rapidly melting. Hoping to cool down the boiling pond, Alexander throws in a head of iceberg lettuce. The pond's water slowly stops boiling, cooled by the ice. It still looks hot, but bearable. An old abandoned hunter's lamp is hanging on one of the trees. Alexander wonders who might have hunted in these dense woods.
Probably a huntsman. Or Robin Hood.
Alexander decides to brave the steaming pond.
Oh, that's not steaming anymore.
Ouch! Ow! Ouch!
You forgot to say Papa
The pond is no
Pichu.
longer boiling, but it's hardly bathwater.
No, I would say it's still bathwater now, because it's cooler.
Ah, Papa Pichu.
There we go.
Alexander takes the old hunter's lamp from the tree. Alexander is carrying an old, battered hunter's lamp. The lamp is empty. The scarf is made of red silk. As Alexander continues down the path, he gets the strange feeling that he's being watched.
Come on over here and see what I'm doing with these flowers. Never mind that stone fella on top of the gate. He won't hurt you any. He's just there to scare you.
A stone archer sits atop the lintel of the gate like a silent guardian. His stone bow is tightly drawn and fitted with a single stone arrow.
I mean, we'll be fine. He said so. It's just a scare. Right in the neck.
Gotcha this time.
Tickets only. Next.
Where's Akbar when you need him? It's a trap.
That move was slightly erroneous.
Shut up.
As Alexander
Come on over here and see what...
A stone art, his stone... The statue to the left of the gate shows a man kneeling down with his spear as though waiting for a target. A pleasant-looking middle-aged man is busy tending a small garden just past the wall. The path through the woods runs through a gated wall here. Two stone statues stand guard on the gate's lintels. To the north, the path continues on through a hedge of roses and a dainty gazebo. A man tends to a small garden plot on the other side of the wall. A brick lies in the grass. It must have come from the old brick wall. Alexander picks up the brick.
I guess he's not going to say anything else.
You aren't going to listen to me, are you? Well, we'll just see about that.
That's odd. The gardener just disappeared.
I get the feeling that both Alexander and the narrator are freaking idiots. Also, I'm sure I saw a squirrel there.
Alexander pulls out his magic map. Alexander feels a strain.
Are you there, most venerable bookworm?
Do you have anything interesting yet? A subordinate clause, maybe?
Let me see what I have.
I have this weirdo.
I found this little fellow lost on another island.
Coming home I am too.
There you are, you naughty boy. I told you not to leave the island.
Naughty boy.
Seeing you too.
A most solemn celebration.
So, you found my dangling participle. I suppose I'll have to give you something. Let's see now. Was it a rare book you wanted?
Yes.
Well, then none of these
Rare.
will do. They've been sitting in the sun far too long and must be well cooked by now. This one is far more rare. A delicious little tidbit.
Thanks.
Yep, cooking the books. And now they're a delicious tidbit.
Alexander is carrying a rare book from the bookworm. The words in the binding are very faint. The something riddle book.
That's why it hurts even more.
Alexander opens the rare book and looks inside. The book contains riddles and has a page missing. Alexander glances at a few of the conundrums, but finds himself more curious about the one that is missing. What was the riddle, he wonders? More importantly, what was the answer? The book contains riddles and has a page missing. Alexander glances at a few of the conundrums, but finds himself more curious about the one that is missing.
Come on, read one
What
of
was
them
the
at least.
riddle, he wonders. More importantly, what was the answer?
Can we get a couple of riddles? Riddles are fun. You're no fun. Well, at least now we know that there's a page missing.
Wow. Hiya, gorgeous. Oh, what a luscious-looking hunk of flesh you are.
Thank you, I guess. Who are you?
How charming of you to pretend not to know. I'm Black Widow, of course. The femme fatale of all femme fatales. Know what I mean?
Wink, wink.
You know, I was just thinking it was time I found my 50th, another husband. It would be quite a horror, an honor to have me as a bride. Just look at my beautiful weaving. It's so light, so delicate. You'll never want to leave my little nest.
It is a lovely web, but my heart is elsewhere, I'm afraid.
Oh, drat! I mean, the loss is yours. I'm sure you'll change your mind once you consider the advantages.
A black widow is sitting in her web. She has long legs and an hourglass on her belly. She gives Alexander a knowing look.
That scrap of paper blew into my web from those books over there. The wind just thinks it can deposit anything here.
A thread is hanging from the otherwise tightly woven web. An intricately detailed spider's web has been spun between a pile of books and a small tree.
Can't save on the screen.
Alexander reaches out to touch the Black Widow.
Ah, how sweet the matrimony. I knew you'd change your mind.
Alexander feels the sharp prick of the Black Widow's teeth. Then, a strange burning sensation.
Ah, a widow again.
So are you gonna eat Alexander now?
Only
Into it.
Why do you think they call her a widow?
Skip, 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 skip. So what we need to do is pull on the string.
Hey, don't touch that thread!
Alexander snatches the scrap of parchment, curious to see what's written on it.
Love.
The wind blows the scrap of paper from Alexander's hand, but he remembers what it said well enough.
No, easy word. Love. We're out of here. I think we angered the Black Widow enough. No need to be bitten again.
Alexander pulls out his magic map. Alexander feels a...
La di da di di do. Di di da da di da. Chirpy, chirpy, cheep, cheep. There's something new.
Alexander doesn't remember that sign being on the wall before. He decides to take a closer look. It's a proclamation. It reads, "Citizens rejoice," announcing the royal wedding and coronation of Wazir Abdul al-Hazred and Princess Cassima. For reasons of security, the wedding will not be open to the public. Long live the new king and queen of the land of the Green Isles.
I would think that the king would live long, but not the queen.
Turn at the thought of the dread event. If he doesn't do something soon, Cassima will be another man's wife.
And probably dead very quickly. Possibly, Gabriel, possibly. Alright, let's take a break. Because I need food. We're at 63 points. Is that correct? Yes. We are on track. All points. Now let's get some music going and take a look at some kitty cats. It's 63 points out of 231. So that's only a quarter. 1/4. I mean, it's close, 231 points. So your memory is not too far off. Oh yeah, I should play this. All them cute kitty cats.
Those adorbs!
Oh, there's always many small things that you can easily miss in these games. So many small moments. Just missing 1 or 2 points and then you're like, what did I miss? And then you look at the list and it's like, oh, this thing. Never would have thought of doing that. At least there's one of the games that I have played through here that I'm really happy to get full points on it, and that was Colonel's Bequest, finally getting the Super Sleuth. After watching all those videos about the game on how you can actually get the Super Sleuth, how broken the game was. All is because of one coding mistake, and that's it. Anyways, I'll be right back with food. You guys wait there. Distinctly recall some other adventure game with point system that had a bug which meant that you could never get full points. I know the game that you're talking about, but I can't remember the name of it. What game was it? A lot of people actually thought that the Colonel's Bequest had a bug, so you could never get Super Sleuth. It was just a coding error. Can't remember the game. I mean, coding error is a bug, but people thought that it was like a bug that cannot be fixed or anything. It was just the kind of bug that people didn't realize that they actually can, do the wrong thing, which erases what you're supposed to do. So that kind of a bug. So for many years, people didn't get Super Sleuth in Colonel's Bequest because of just that one coding error. That one bug. Weird how I recall the annoyance, but no longer the game. Do you remember anything about the game? Like what you do in it or what it's about? No. No, Flight of the Amazon Queen doesn't have point system. Was just annoying in general. Altered Destiny or some of those others that I played that are like Sierra games but with a point system. Nice. Welcome back, Samdak. I'm just hoovering down the last of the sandwich cake leftovers that I had. So good. And now it's time for dessert. Anybody want some cake? Yeah, it is cake. My birthday cake. What's left of it? There's still plenty more in the fridge. Oh. Nice. This one is with pear and apple jam. Wow. And the icing is just whipped cream. Mm-hmm. The pear is in chunks, but the apple is in jam form. Ah. I actually should close the window because it's actually getting cold outside. And rainy. It's a little cool in here. Temperature wise. My aunt. Oh, great. Biking in a freaking cold and rain. Welcome to Finnish May. It's fucking cold here. Beep, 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 beep. No thanks, Lord John. We got plenty of humidity. In my area, it's about +7 and cloudy. During the night, it might rain. Actually, tomorrow, the whole day is gonna rain. Great. Supper time in Finland. Bum 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 bum. Always fun to get that hailstorm at Midsummer Eve. No, it's not. I do remember that we spent one Juhannus in like super heavy rain. My dad even had to put up like a couple of tents, kind of awnings up, so that they could be between the barbecue and our terrace, so people could walk between them without getting super wet. And at one point, one of the awnings started to go like down because there was some gathering rain in it. Yeah, because I'm never drunk, Bennigan. Zelda's here. Alright. You missed out on something glorious, Zelda, earlier. But the Twitch clip is in Discord, so somebody made a clip out of it.
You fool.
There it is. You fool.
Your candy dish is empty.
I am sorry, sir, but I have no more mints. Somebody has eaten them all.
Well, get some more then.
I fear that is impossible. Without the ferry, I can no longer get imports from the other islands, and we do not grow mint extract on the Isle of the Crown.
Oh, I hate not getting what I want.
I mean, he could just poof into some other place. He's a genie. He should be powerful enough to travel to another country on his own. Unless his powers are somehow restricted because of the lamp. Celebrations were fun. And that's about it. I mean, earlier I did say that this is the shirt that I got for my birthday. A new shirt. pretty cool. Hello, Huntos. Welcome. Hey, Targor. What happens in Finland stays in Finland. Probably.
How fare you, good merchant?
A man my age can only thank the heavens for continued strength, young sire.
Would you mind if I traded this in?
Of course, Prince Alex. Please, choose something in exchange for the items on the counter.
Alexander looks...
I'll take the flute.
Very good, Prince Alex. May its music always be sweet. Feel free to trade it back at any time.
Thank you.
Later I will.
I found this large pearl. Might it be valuable enough to ransom back my family ring?
I have never seen such a perfect pearl. Certainly you can have your ring back.
Oh, I'm glad you didn't sell it. I'm a bit attached to it, I'm afraid.
Of course you are. You would be cold-hearted if you felt any differently. I am happy to see a family heirloom back with its rightful owner.
Hello. I will be right up.
Oh boy.
Now, what can I do for you?
There's no reason to use that.
They don't want to use it on the books.
I found this rare book, and I thought of your offer.
Very interesting. Oh, it is a wonderful riddle book. Riddles are much more marketable than spells these days. I guess people believe more in mirth than in magic. Here is the spell book you wanted, and a fair trade it is, I must say. Enjoy it.
I certainly hope so. We shall see how rusty my spell casting truly is.
I mean, it can't be that long since you made the magic in King's Quest 3.
Alexander is carrying a book from the bookshop. The cover says, Ye Old Spell Book.
Of course it does. And it's not ye, it's the old spell book.
Alexander reads the love poem. What was it when I looked at you? What?
I didn't want to read the poem. I meant to look at the book. Magic paint spell. 1 cup swamp ooze, a river Styx water, and 1 black horse feather. Cool. Cabbage, whipped topping, pineapple, salt, and white vinegar. His verdict is it tastes how a dentist's office smells. Add Styx water to swamp ooze in cup, stir with horse feather, apply to blank surface with artist brush, speak incantation over painting to materialize. Magic paint black as ink, bring to life what I think, make it real what I draw, according to the spoken law. Make rain spell. Few drops salt water, not from the sea, 1 vial sacred water, falling water. First mix salt and the sacred waters in a teapot, then add the falling water. Speak incantation over teapot to enchant. Heat to boiling to activate. Clouds of thunder, shafts of light, come and sup with me tonight. Waters to 3, have I for a tea. Brew a tempest now for me. Charming a creature of the night spell. A skull full of hot oak embers, a bit of sulfur, brimstone, 1 strand of pure-hearted maiden's hair. Add hair and brimstone to skull of embers. In presence of creature, speak incantation over skull. Creature of night, to me succumb. Fire and brimstone leave thee numb. Purity bind thee like a chain. To do what ear I now ordain.
This is the last page. This is the first page.
3 pages for the book of spells. Spell of books. Which is harder to get, horse feather or river Styx water? The river Styx water, definitely.
Good day, sir. Is there anything you can tell me about the land of the Green Isles?
I'm sorry, but I have no time for idle conversation. I'm too worried about the princess.
Jello, you disappoint me. You don't have enough of a list. Too worried about the princess.
Determined to learn more about the strange man's relationship with the princess, Alexander shows the man his insignia ring and formally introduces himself.
I'm sorry to insist, but my name is Alexander of Daventry, and...
I appreciate the offer of the ring, Alexander, but I'm afraid I'm already spoken. Daventry? Where have I heard of Daventry? Flying flit mice. You must be Prince Alexander. Cassima told me about you when she arrived home. How came you here?
Why, by a ship now wrecked upon the sand. But you know Cassima? She truly spoke of me?
Yes, I saw her briefly when she first returned home. She mentioned a prince to me, a Prince Alexander of Daventry. I'm afraid that was before she was told about her parents' deaths. You see, she arrived home a few weeks too late. The king and queen thought they'd never see her again. It is said they died of heartbreak. I'm afraid she's blamed herself.
What a terrible homecoming. If we had only known.
Terrible indeed, poor thing. Everyone in the kingdom seems to despair with her these days. The streets are silent.
Where is she now?
The princess is sequestered in mourning. It's a rather dated tradition, and not required, but the Wazir says she insisted out of respect.
I see.
Insistence out of
To
respect.
say who you are, and how you know the princess.
I? Oh, pardon me. My name is Jalo. I am clown to the royal court, and have been since the marriage of Cassima's parents, King Caliphim and Queen Alaria. Oh, those were the happy days. The pair of them were so full of joy and life, so in love. And Cassima's birth. It would be hard to explain how long they had waited, how they had hoped for a child. I mean, she was such a charming little thing, smart as a whip, kind and sweet. Oh, she means everything to this kingdom, Alexander, and to me. I'm so terribly worried about her.
About her grief over her parents, you mean?
Well, the truth is, I do not trust the Wazir or his plans for Cassima. I'm still living at the Castle of the Crown as court clown, his clown. But it is more to keep my ear to the ground than out of loyalty. I wish I knew what the princess thinks these days. If only I could find Sing Sing, Cassima's pet nightingale. I might be able to send the princess a message. As it is, I must wait for the end of her seclusion.
What can you tell me about the Wazir?
Pet nightingale.
The Wazir? Now there's a dangerous subject. His name is Abdul Al-Hazred. He came to the kingdom 15 years ago. The king was fascinated by his knowledge and his fine-sounding ideas. It didn't take long for Al-Hazred to convince the king to trust him with the minor problems.
Cool it
of
down,
daily
music.
government. You see, Caliphim had a wife and a new daughter he wanted to spend time with. Al-Hazred became Wazir.
And now?
Well, he's had his eye on Cassima ever since she was a young girl. And she is the only thing between him and the throne.
Do you think he means to harm her?
Oh,
Hell yeah.
I honestly don't know. I think he'd rather keep her as wife. But whatever his plans for the princess, he will use her to his best advantage. That's his way.
Perhaps he has charmed her. Perhaps she cares for him now.
The Wazir is capable of anything. and Cassima must be vulnerable and lonely right now. Still, she has always instinctively distrusted him. Cassima has a good head on her shoulders. I'd be surprised if she's truly fallen for his words of love. Now I must return to the castle. Look, I don't want to arouse suspicion. I'll try to meet you here again later.
Thank you for the information, Jallo. Be very careful.
I mean, he might not kill her, but he definitely will keep her around just while he's doing all his kingly things. He just wants to rule the world with an iron fist that destroys everything. Back to the Isle of Puns we go. I mean, she is the way of him becoming the king, so he can rule this land and do whatever he wants with whatever his plans are. He just wants to be the next king, to rule and be an asshole. I mean, he's an asshole already, but to be even a bigger asshole.
Alexander pulls out his magic map. Alexander.
She is completely wed. She is completely useless now.
A mushy swamp lies just off the path. It doesn't look like very good swimming. The swampy bog sinks beneath Alexander's weight. He feels himself being sucked slowly but firmly down into the muck.
Bye-bye, Alexander.
As the marshy water fills Alexander's mouth,
he runs again.
Thinks that although he'd always wanted to try a mud bath, this is hardly what he had in mind.
Drowning, 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 drowning. Boiling, but drowning.
Do you ever get that sinking feeling?
Yeah, whenever I hear your awful puns.
Milkweed thrives near the mucky swamp. Small bottles filled with milk grow on it like fruit.
Milkweed. With bottles of milk.
Alexander takes a bottle of milk from the milkweed bush.
Tell me when the puns start to hurt.
Apparently, the dogwood tree doesn't like Alexander standing that close.
Okay, it's starting to hurt.
A large tree stretches knotted limbs out over the swamp. Part of the tree's trunk is shaped like the face of a dog. Why, it must be a dogwood tree.
Why, it must be an awful pun that we can use.
The glass bottle is full of milk. How strange for a plant to produce not only milk, but a container to go with it.
Yeah, how strange it is. I mean, the land is magical, so these things can happen. So we can make as many puns as we want, because it's a fantasy game and a fantasy land and everything's fantasy. Why, it must be a condescending narrator. No, it's milkweed, not from a dog tree. Nothing to do with the tree other than the dog is protecting the milkweed.
Unless Alexander is mistaken, those plants must be baby's tears. Alexander doesn't want to pick the baby's tears. They may not be done growing.
Hello. Aren't you a bunch of fine-looking young plants?
Goo gaga.
Apparently, the baby's tears haven't learned to talk yet.
Yes, they have. Because they're saying goo goo gaga. Because you can do the goo goo gaga, but you can't do the pee pee poo poo.
Vines of sweet ripening tomatoes climb up little wooden posts.
Very happy looking tomato as well.
Clinging vines climb the garden wall. To the right of the path is a little... A colorful array of snapdragons stand guard to one side of the path.
Hey, Shanti. Welcome to the land of puns. So there's something that I need to fix. Hang on. Just a moment. No, I said something, not someone. There, now we got Bowser farting. There, that's fixed.
The wallflowers look terribly shy.
Wallflowers. Wallflowers.
A gray brick wall marks the end of the garden. An elegant padded chair provides a cushy seat from which to enjoy the lively garden. An elegant padded chair provides... A delicate china teacup is occupying the chair at the moment. A colorful array of snapdragons stand guard to one side of the path.
Good day, snapdragons.
The snapdragons don't seem inclined to communicate with anyone.
Greetings, ladies. How charming you look today.
The wallflowers are too shy to talk to Alexander.
Yeah, at least they can giggle.
Good day, tomato vines.
Good morning.
Alexander takes a close look at the tomato in the ground. It appears to be darker than those on the vines.
What are you staring at there, boy? Go away, you rootless thing, you! Yeah!
Yep, that tomato is definitely rotten.
Get it? It's a rotten tomato.
How did you manage to fall off the vine, Mr. Tomato?
What do you think? I'm old, I'm rotten! Yeah! Leave me alone!
If you say so.
After all, you're just gonna let me sit here and rot on this dry ground like everybody else, aren't you?
Why, I don't know. I suppose...
Ah, never mind! Just go away! Ah!
Yeah, see? Get out of here, you numbnuts. Yeah.
Alexander gives one of the baby's tears a bottle of milk. The other baby's tears seem to resent Alexander's gift for some reason.
Sorry, I only had one bottle.
Alexander collects some of the baby's tears in the old hunter's lamp.
Baby's tears. Baby's tears is tears. I mean, that's the salt water without being from the ocean. Aren't we a nice guy? We make babies cry to collect their tears.
Those snapdragons don't like Alexander getting so close.
Alright, don't worry. There's something that we can make this place a lot happier.
May I have this dance?
Oh, my!
Alexander stops playing the flute, but the wallflowers and snapdragons continue to dance, caught up in the music and oblivious to everything around them. There appears to be a hole in the garden wall.
There.
Through the hole in the wall, Alexander sees a land that resembles a giant chessboard.
A living hole in the wall.
It really is a hole in the wall. Zounds, those wallflowers sure are shy, and the snapdragons are awfully protective of them. Alexander can't even get close to the wallflowers without causing quite a stir. Alexander decides to pick up the hole in the wall. A hole in the wall could be a very useful thing. Alexander startled the poor thing. It's run off to hide behind the wallflowers.
Squeak.
The wallflowers, overcome with shyness at Alexander's approach, cluster together and cover the hole in the wall. Alexander can't get it.
Well, let's play the flute again.
May I have this?
Ads. Coming up.
Alexander stops playing the flute.
Nowhere to hide, bitch.
While the wallflowers dance, Alexander snatches the hole in the wall. Alexander takes the teacup.
Hey, what do you think you're doing there? Get your hands off me! Hey!
Alexander picks up Rotten Tomato and puts him away. One never knows when one will need a rotten tomato. The hole in the wall has 4 legs and a curly tail. He's all limbs with only a hole for a body. But that doesn't make him any less whole.
Hey, look at that. Game crashed. I was just trying to look at the Rotten Tomato. And the game crashed. Right. Right, I gotta do all this thingamarole with the dancing as such again.
Alexander
We get to hear that tune again. Ain't that great?
Alexander's...
May I have this dance again?
May I?
I mean, like I said before, or I didn't say actually at all. The tune is great. Sorry about that.
Alexander...
Yoink!
While the Alexander... Alexander...
Can I actually talk to the hole in the wall?
A bit of the wallflower's shyness seems to have rubbed off on the hole in the wall, for he remains mute.
Huh. Can I talk to the rotten tomato, or is it gonna crash again?
You're ugly and you smell bad. Yeah, put me down before I juice all over you.
We need to get rid of him. Now! I don't want tomato juice all over me. Especially the way he threatens it.
The little china teacup is made of fine porcelain. The teacup is empty.
Well, not gonna be empty for long.
What do you think you're doing? You startled me. I was just getting some swamp ooze.
Well, you certainly won't get it there! That's not swamp ooze! That's swamp muck!
He's right, you know. But he could be a little nicer about telling you. He's not a very pleasant stick in the mud.
Nobody asked you! Be quiet!
Oh, the trials of being a mere bump on a log.
Yep, we got a stick in the mud and a bump on the log.
Stick in the Mud glares crankily at his brother Bump on a Log. Bump on a Log is glaring angrily at his brother Stick in the Mud.
Who are you?
I'm Bump on a Log, and that's my brother Stick in the Mud. We've had this thing about each other ever since our childhood. Mom always liked me best.
She did not! That is absolutely not true!
He's a bit lazy, you see. He's got the only swamp ooze in the swamp right next to him. But do you think he'd move a finger to help you get some? Hardly. He'd try to brain you with it more than likely. His temper's about the only thing that ever gets a workout. And that on yours truly.
Oh, like you've moved at all in the last century! Like you're Mr. Physical Activity!
Just because I can't reach anything, he thinks he can throw gushy swamp matter at me and just say whatever he likes. If only I could turn the tables on that heckler, he might learn some respect. But as you can see, I'm a mere bump on a log and must be content with my lot.
Oh, shut up! You couldn't hit the broadside of a barn even if you had something to throw! Just shut up!
He reminds me of somebody on a cartoon.
Perhaps you could toss me some swamp ooze, since you seem to be able to recognize it. I can only reach this bit by the path.
Well, hoity-toity, look who's Mr. Wants so much! You think I got a job here passing around precious swamp matter? You should be so lucky!
He's an utter waste of oxygen. I'd save my breath if I were you.
Well, we do have a way of getting things done.
I thought this might come in handy the next time your brother starts picking on you.
Aha! Finally, old Bump on the Log's not so defenseless, is he?
Hey! Hey! What you doing there? Watch the pulp, would ya?
Now, Bumpy, remember all I've given you! The only thing you've ever given me is mud. Take this!
No! Not into the swamp!
Jackpot!
Hey,
okay. I give up. Geez, sorry. Well, I guess it's not very pleasant having things thrown at you. I'm sorry. You mean it? Really? Brother. Brother!
Brother! Stay away from the
Stick in
lint!
the mud and bump on a log, exhausted from the battle, immediately doze off into naps. Rotten Tomato, being equally lazy, decides to join them.
Oh. Alright.
A glob of swamp ooze tossed during the brotherly fight has landed on the log.
Well, now that we can get the swamp ooze, let's take it.
Alexander fills the teacup with the swamp ooze.
Ta-da! We have a cup of ooze. Swamp ooze.
The little china teacup is the teacup contains swamp ooze.
Yummy! Anybody want a drink? Ooze. 10 million years of dungeon! Unacceptable! I mean, there's no way I can even try to make a lemon grab and scream.
Alexander.
Alexander. Alexander.
Alexander.
Alexander. Chirpy, chirpy, cheep, cheep, chirpy, chirpy, cheep, cheep.
Good day, Prince Alexander.
A good day to you, partner. No, not the book, the flute. Thank you.
Would you mind if I traded this in?
Of course, Prince Alex, please.
Alexander.
I believe I'll take the tinderbox.
Very good, Prince Alex. Enjoy your tinderbox and bring it back anytime.
Thank you.
I'll bring it back when it's out of tinder. But it's merely a box. I mean, it would be weird the other way around, that you used the box but you got the tinder left. I mean, at that point you have to wonder, how the hell did I do that? Anybody want to go to the island of the Isle of Copy Protection? Hey, Spiteful Frog. I don't want to set the world on fire.
Alexander.
Alexander. To the sacred mountains.
Alexander.
I love the sacred mountain. I love the sacred mountain. Or as I call it, like I just did, it is the Isle of Copy Protection. Quite the sacred fart.
There appears to be something etched into the face of the cliff. Alexander decides to get closer.
Ignorance kills, wisdom elevates.
The rock has been etched by some unknown hand. One may need to read about the Logic Cliffs in the guidebook to the Land of the Green Isles in order to understand this mystical inscription.
Isn't it nice that you played this game this far and then suddenly realize you don't have the manual? Ignorance kills wisdom. Elevates.
Huge blocks of stone erupt from the granite cliffs.
Rise, chicken. Arise, chicken. Chicken, arise.
Alexander stares with wonder. That's quite a way to welcome a guest, if indeed it is a welcome. Oh no, Alexander loses his balance.
Whoa! 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 Ow! Hey!
Oh no.
Whoa! 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 Ow! Hey!
Oh no.
Whoa! 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 Hey! Quit making me fall.
Fourth wall break Easter egg.
Oh no.
Whoa! 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 Ow! Hey!
Oh, he's surprised that. All right. I mean, these are stairs, right? And you know King's Quest and stairs. You're not supposed to survive them.
Tickets only. Next.
Dickheads only?
That wasn't a very logical step.
Ah, shut up.
Alexander examines the strange etchings in the face of the cliff.
A master of a language, or a master of languages will... that one. That one. That one. And...
The stone beneath Alexander's feet trembles as more steps emerge from the granite cliffs.
The opposite, soar, not to fall. Not today. We're done falling. Take your time to appear. I was running on thin air with the fall jokes. I mean, you could have said that it must be autumn because he's ready to fall. This game has killed my sense of humor.
Alexander examines the strange etchings in the face of the cliff. The stone beneath Alexander's feet trembles. Alexander.
Secret 4. Secret 4. That one. That one. That one. And
the stone beneath
one more. You want to know how many points you get for doing this copy protection? Putting you through this kind of annoyance and slowdown of gameplay. Having to climb all this for 5 puzzles in total. I mean, you would think that they would give you like 25 points or 50 points after doing all this to suffer through all of this. One point each puzzle. 5 in total.
Alexander examines the strange etchings in the face of the cliff.
5 points to do this. All silent cry the noble boulders. That doesn't even make any fucking sense. Ascend.
The stone beneath Alexander's feet trembles as more.
Yeah. So, give me the steps so I can get the fuck out of here already.
Bird.
Filled with burps.
Alexander finds himself finally at the top of the cliffs. Exhausted, he steps over the lip of the plateau and stands.
Why do you make such an effort to climb the cliffs, young man? The winged ones who live on this island have the power of flight.
I wish we did.
You could have it too, if you'd only eat a berry from this magical flying nightshade bush.
Ooh, magical flying nightshade bush. My favorite.
See? The sweet berries will make you float like a petal on the wind. Try some.
But who are you, matron?
Who cares? I mean, I am only a poor old woman who wishes you well, handsome stranger. Think of me as your grandmama, if you like.
Apparently so. The bush should be flying.
All right. I'll try some of your berries.
Oh, goody. Eat quickly, dear boy, and I'll show you the way to the Lord and Lady of this isle.
I would think they're behind the door.
Slightly bitter, pretty one.
Somebody said that Alexander is smart.
Only. Next.
And then there's some land I have for sale in the death bogs of Tamir.
I see. I don't know how this relates to that death in any way, because we died from Nightshade, and you're talking about King's Quest 4. I guess there's a joke in here somewhere, I just don't get it.
The old woman has a pleasant, grandmotherly face, but something about her makes Alexander uneasy.
Could it be the golden glinting eyes that we have seen in so many characters today? I guess it's because the player would have learned by now that this dude kills you all the time.
Come, stranger, trust me. Think of what I'm offering you.
Yeah, poisonous berries because it's Nightshade.
Black berries grow only at the top of the bush, as though straining towards the sun.
Ah, that's why you are calling their magical flying.
There's a jagged cave opening at the pinnacle of the mountain. In the distance, Alexander can see the peak of a majestic mountain rising into the clouds. Alexander is standing at the top of tall cliffs. To the north is the peak of a mountain rising to meet the clouds. To the left is an ominous set of bolted doors. An old woman is standing nearby. She peers at Alexander with friendly interest.
Friendly.
Alexander is standing at the top and huge doors are set into the solid rock of the mountain.
All right then, stay tied to the ground like a load of lead. See if I care. You human.
Oh, the insult.
Odd. The old woman just disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Perhaps those berries are even more powerful than she led Alexander to believe.
And this is why Alexander is a fucking moron. Every GoldenEye character that he has met poofs out of existence. And he's like, they disappeared. How mythical and mystical. Alexander, you're not a hero. You're a zero. That's why I need to kill you every time.
There's a natural opening in the rock near the nightshade bush.
You're a natural opening.
Alexander crawls through the small opening in the rock. Alexander finds himself in a dark cave.
Be careful, your sister experienced something like this and it wasn't a good experience. La-di-da-di-da. I hope a troll doesn't eat my brain.
Dead end. Nothing that way. Alexander can't see much of anything in the dark cave.
No death in here. I thought there would be.
Alexander takes the candle from his tinderbox and uses the flint in the box to light it. Alexander is standing in a rocky cave. The dim light of the tinderbox candle reveals a dank, musty place. But then Alexander's nose told him that much without the light. On the wall opposite the cliffs is the vague outline of another opening in the rock. Alexander crawls through the opening in the rock. The lighting in this part of the cave is better. Alexander extinguishes the candle's flame and places it back in his pack.
What pack? He's got a coat. Adventurer's coat with the deep pockets. I mean, he even put a creature in there.
A natural window-like opening in the rock provides a view to the outside world. A peppermint plant grows on the window's ledge. A plant grows on the grassy ledge. Smells like peppermint. Alexander takes a few leaves from the plant. As he does so, a strong smell of peppermint is released. Ah.
No, it's not an it's an ah! I mean, it could be that Alexander doesn't like the smell of peppermint, so he's like, ah!
Alexander crawls back into the first room of the cave.
Room. First room.
Alexander can't...
I don't care, Alexander can see the opening.
Alexander crawls back through the passage to the top of the cliffs.
It's actually weird that they never reference a groove. Roberta must have played the Zork games. Maybe? I don't know. I don't remember her ever telling that she played adventure games before.
Look, an intruder! Hold! How did you get up here, human?
Visitor, another intruder?
The cliffs.
That is not possible. No one has solved the cliffs of logic in several centuries. And if the cliffs were to be solved, it would certainly not be by a human.
I didn't mean to trespass. I only wanted to visit this beautiful island.
No visitors have been welcome on the Isle of the Sacred Mountain in years. Not since the Red and White Queens had spies in the guise of friendly visitors steal our island's sacred golden fleece. But we will not display such foolish trust again. You will have to answer to
Golden
Lord
Fleece,
Edward
huh?
and Lady Ariel. They will determine what will be done with you. I can assure you, it will not be pleasant.
Golden Fleece. Somebody get the Jason and the Argonauts. Of course, their temple is on top of a bird's nest.
Logic and reach the city of the winged ones.
Only the magic of clear thought, my lord.
Or the manual.
I meant no harm.
The Cliffs of Logic. It is the sacred oracle's prophecy, Azure.
Yes, Ariel. It is lucky for you, human, that climbing the Cliffs of Logic is part of a prophecy that I cannot ignore. We have just been ordered by Wazir Al-Hazred himself to dispose of any strangers that might land on our fair isle.
Al-Hazred, eh?
The prophecy would have a different fate befall you.
The prophecy predicts that whosoever climbs the Cliffs of Logic will defeat the Minotaur.
The what now?
The Minotaur has violated our sacred catacombs and eats our young in sacrifice.
Huh?
Our own daughter, Lady Celeste, was taken there only this morning as his most recently demanded offering.
A dilemma, then. Whom shall I obey in regards to your fate? The oracle or the crown? But since Al-Hazred did not dictate how I was to dispose of intruders, and since you cannot possibly survive the catacombs, your imprisonment there should serve both purposes quite admirably.
I will not resist you in this, my lord. I shall do my best to save your daughter.
First, I must tell you that the catacombs are a labyrinth of rooms, a place of exceeding danger. You will need many tools and clear wits to survive it.
I am ready.
Very well. My guards will take you there now. You seem courageous enough, but the catacombs will determine how brave you really are.
So they are the rulers of this isle, but they still listen to the king of the Green Isles. Like, the king of the Green Isles rules everything, but the vizier is not the king, and yet they still listen to him? I get the feeling that the leaders of these other isles are fucking idiots.
Why did you tell Lord Azure you were ready and willing to face the catacombs? No one is ever ready, and only a fool could be willing.
And you are far wiser, I suppose, to leave a maiden to die? To not fight this plague on your own people?
Bravery and suicide are two different things, human. You will have a chance to renounce your choice soon enough, when you lay trembling under the Minotaur's hooves.
We shall see. Thanks for the escort.
We only escort you to your death. May the fates make it quick so that you do not have to scream long.
Here we are.
The catacomb's entrance door is locked from the outside by the Winged One's guards. It seems that leaving the catacombs by that door is not an option.
All right. So where are we? That was a big rat.
The floor of the catacombs, like the walls, is comprised of massive stone tiles. It feels cold and hard beneath Alexander's feet.
If you can feel the cold with your boots on, either your boots are really thin, or that must be really cold in there. Nah, that was a black rat. The rat from Monkey Island is brown. And also, he ended up in Monkey Island too, into the Vichyssoise. We know where the rat is.
Alexander hears the distant sounds of a wild animal somewhere in the maze of rooms.
We better hide. Let's hide in here.
As he walks through the doorway, Alexander gets a very bad feeling about this room.
And yet he just walks in there like nothing. He didn't see the freaking opening on the floor? What an idiot.
Tickets only.
Like I said, Alexander is a moron.
Don't just wonder, Alexander. Let your conscience be your guide.
We're not Pinocchio. I mean, he is a dummy, but he's not that kind of a dummy.
Niches in the wall form stone burial beds. Ancient bones lie crumbling on the unyielding rock.
Yo, the niches got bitches.
The remains of several unfortunate souls haunt the room.
Poor unfortunate
These
souls.
bones seem more recent than the ancient catacomb bones that Alexander has seen so far. Perhaps they were victims of the Minotaur. Or perhaps they died while wandering lost in the maze.
Or perhaps both.
3 of the skeletons are completely intact. A lone skull lies on the ground among the skeletons.
Murray?
Where the skull came from is a mystery, since the other remains seem to have their skulls intact.
Probably from Blood Island. Or Monkey Island. Or Plunder Island.
Alexander picks up the skull.
Poor Yorick. Alas, poor Yorick, for I know him well. I named him Murray and started juggling other skulls. Oh, that's a save name. There we go.
Alexander is carrying a human skull. The skull is as silent as the grave.
And that it's not Murray. Or Bort. Well, in this case, it would be Yorick, because Yorick doesn't speak. He's as silent as the grave.
The tiles directly in front of the exit doors do not bear any symbols. An image of a rose has been carved into that tile. That tile bears an engraving of a crown. That tile is engraved with a skull and crossbones. A carving of a scythe adorns that tile. That tile bears the image of a dove. Alexander feels the tile he's standing on shift beneath his feet.
Uh-oh.
Ugh. Instead of falling through, it was darts.
Only. Next.
3 spikes and you're out.
Nice pun. Oh wait, they're not puns at all. Nice wooden shield.
An old wooden shield hangs on the wall.
Now we can be Link as soon as we get ourselves a sword.
Alexander takes the shield from the wall.
And just puts that big thing into his pocket. Adventure coat. Get yours today. You can fit anything in there, no matter the size. This whole aisle is like the slowdown of the game. First you gotta do the copy protection thing and then you have a fucking labyrinth to go through. It's like, did they run out of ideas or something? So slow.
Niches in the wall form Alexander notices that this skeleton has old coins over its eyes.
Ah, must be a Viking.
Niches in the wall. Niches Alexander.
Niches Alexander. Niches.
Alexander finds 2 coins on the skeleton's eyes. He takes the old coins.
Ah. Not a Viking, but a Greek soldier. Or just a Greek person. Payment for the ferryman. See, I could do it too. That's what I thought.
It's a trap. The doors have sealed Alexander inside.
Now you're supposed to say it's a trap.
The ceiling is coming down. Alexander is standing in a trap room with a crushing ceiling, and the ceiling is descending fast. The gears are working furiously to lower the ceiling. Their great cogs interlock perfectly. The ceiling is grinding down with methodical determination, heedless of the human in its path.
Is there a hole that I can talk through? Like, we are going to die. Where's Barry when I need him? I'm about to be an Alexander sandwich.
Alexander can't reason with the ceiling.
Why not?
The gears squeak noisily.
Hello? Is anybody out there? Help me, please.
With a sudden lurch, the ceiling completes its descent.
Oh. Well.
Yikes!
And presses Alexander
Famous
into
last
the floor
word.
like a bug under a heel.
Famous last word. Here lies Prince Alexander. Yikes.
Alexander never was much good at squash.
Ah, shut up. You were never really good with puns, were you? That's why we got the brick.
In a desperate move, Alexander throws a brick
Yeah,
into the
zooks!
blinding gears.
Gee willikers!
The brick is caught between two cogs. The gears shriek and shudder.
Holy moly!
The mechanism grinds to a halt. The ceiling is stuck. The trap is sprung.
The skull is used for something else. It wouldn't work there. It would just break. I mean, if you use the skull first and it breaks apart, and then you use the brick to actually stop the thing, you have soft locked yourself. Because we need the skull.
Sounds! A trap floor!
Kadzooks! Zounds! Yikes! Forsooth!
Alexander seems to have fallen to a lower level of the catacombs. Wherever he is, the place sure is dark. Alexander can't even see his hand in front of his face.
Yet we can see his eyes glowing in the dark. Somehow. Gasps in Spanish.
Gasp.
How do we get out of this predicament? I don't know.
Alexander takes the candle from his tinderbox and uses the flint in the box to light it.
Aha! So that's why it's dark in here. A torch is out.
And apparently that doesn't light anything in this room.
Torch and puts his tinderbox away. The walls of the catacombs are made of massive stone tiles. That's the east wall of the room. The walls do not respond. The walls of the catacombs are rough and cold to the touch. Alexander puts the hole in the wall on the wall. It seems to shudder in revulsion at the mere touch of the cold stone.
Hey, Sharpie!
Alexander peers through the hole in the wall and sees nothing of interest. Alexander takes the hole in the wall off the wall.
No glory in that hole. Yeah. So yes, I'm back. Need to hire the guy that lights all the candles in ancient tombs that hasn't been visited in centuries. Always one of those around. Are we there yet?
Alexander hears the sound of a wild beast again. This time, so loud that the creature itself seems to be in the same room with him. The noises are coming from the other side of the east wall.
Now this is where we need to use our little friend.
Alexander puts the hole in the wall on the east wall. The hole in the wall trembles slightly with dread at the clammy feeling of the stones. Alexander peers through the hole in the wall and sees just another room in the catacombs. Aha! Not just another room at all. So that's why Alexander couldn't find the Minotaur's lair. At least Alexander now knows the lair exists, somewhere in the maze on the other side of this wall.
My hole in the wall!
While Alexander contemplates what he's just seen, the hole in the wall, frightened by the Minotaur, makes a run for it.
Hopefully you find your way to a better place.
The creature finds its way home to the Isle of Wonder.
I don't think so. It's gonna live here on this isle, idiot. Because I'm sure that the little guy can't swim that far. Alexander, you are a moron, aren't you? Like a complete, absolute idiot. I mean, there's no words to describe how stupid Alexander is. At least he has high hopes for things, but no realism. Exactly, Bennigan. He's a very positive guy in the dumbest way. He doesn't think realistically. He thinks with hope. Hope can only get you so far, man. Sit back and relax, everybody. We're gonna be walking for a while. Halfway through where we need to be. Almost there.
A very beautiful, very dusty tapestry hangs on the wall.
I wouldn't say when it's beautiful if it's the same color as the wall.
This tapestry looks familiar. Now let's see. I don't feel anything. Aha! A hidden latch.
Alexander triggers the little latch. A secret door rolls open.
Hooray! The secret lair. Maybe he's not that dumb after all.
Your struggles are useless.
It's the Minotaur, and he's struggling with a Winged One's girl. She must be Lady Celeste. The Minotaur is a huge, monstrous beast with cloven hooves and the head of a bull. A beautiful Winged One girl is struggling for her life against the Minotaur.
Hey,
A pit has caved in the floor in one corner of the Minotaur's lair. Flames rise from the pit as though from the throat of a dragon trapped in the earth. The fire makes the lair unbearably hot.
Excuse me. I demand the release of that maiden this instant, you fiend.
Lady Celeste looks wildly around the room for the source of the strange voice and spots Alexander.
You there, human! Help me! Help!
Who dares enter my lair?
I ask you to release your captive or suffer the
It is I, Prince Moron of Daventry.
Never. You die, human.
As the Minotaur advances in attack, Alexander slowly backs away. Until he can back away no more.
Now where to, little man?
Into the fire.
Wouldn't you like to let the girl and I go?
Don't be a fool.
I'll take care of the Minotaur, milady. Have no fear.
Now you die.
Yeah, it's a bit late for that.
Aye!
Aye!
Tickets only. Next.
There's something to be said for taking the bull by the horns, Alexander.
Now where to, little man?
Alexander, his back inches from the fiery pit, tempts the Minotaur with the Red Queen's scarf.
Look here, you bully. Nice, bright red.
Red. Now you die.
The Minotaur drops from sight amidst the consuming flames. Slowly, his scream fades as well.
What scream?
Have you been harmed, Lady Celeste? Are you all right?
No, I am not all right. I assume you do not intend to leave me tied up on this vile monstrosity.
Pompous ass.
Of course not. Sorry, let's see. If you'll give me a moment, I'll have these untied in no time.
I can't wait that long. Look, I wear a small dagger just inside my belt. It should be enough to cut the rope.
Oh, all right. I've got it, Lady Celeste. Here we go.
Thank you. You may keep the dagger as a gift for saving my life.
Oh, thank you very much.
Forget it. Do you mind if we just get out of here now?
The Winged One's guards, bored with the pointless waiting, are startled by the sound of rock moving against rock.
Nice raven there. Or crow. Or a genie.
Lady Celeste, fight thee well.
I'm quite well, thanks to the bravery of a mere human. So much for your superior intellects.
Yes, milady.
Now bring him along. I'm going home.
Good riddance, I say. Here we go again.
I see you have proven yourself the hero of the prophecy. Well, I am expected to thank you for saving my daughter's life.
You're welcome.
So I thank you. I am obliged to thank you for the restoration of our sacred catacombs.
You're welcome.
It means much to our people.
All right.
We have already begun the process of clearing the deadly traps from its rooms.
Cool.
It is also my duty to grant you a visit with the Oracle. So this I do. I will grant you the freedom to leave here unharmed, despite my orders to the contrary from the Crown. But there, my obligations to you end. I have no love for Alhazred, but he is my liege, and if Princess Cassima trusts him and wishes to wed him, my guards will take you to the Oracle now. When your time with her is through, I want you to leave the City of the Winged Ones and never return. I don't know who you are or what you want here, but I will not disobey my crown further.
I thank you, Lord Azure. I will respect your wishes.
Hail to thee, great oracle. Lord Azure sends you this wingless mail. It appears that he solved the cliffs of logic and...
defeated the Minotaur in his lair. So I have seen. So this is the one that haunts my pool of late. Welcome, young seeker. What knowledge do you desire?
Princess Cassima, whatever you can tell me, great oracle.
Ah, of course, the princess. That explains my images. Let us see what we can see.
We shall see what we shall see.
A maiden, lovely and pure, but surrounded by evil. She is a rose set amidst bitter thorns. It is her fate to be the pawn of dark powers, and yours to try to redeem her.
How? How do I redeem her?
You may have a coupon for it?
Not like the cut of a blade, young one.
Or receipt?
But rather like the myriad of paths formed when a hammer cracks ice. I will tell you what I can, but what will actually come to pass is up to you.
Alright.
I see that any attempt to reach the girl will force you into battle, a struggle against a dark force. If you lose, your life will be forfeit.
Makes sense against the evil.
Who must I fight?
A great darkness surrounds your adversary, preventing me from seeing clearly. I can only make out the shape of a black cloak. But before this final struggle, I see an infiltration, a dangerous game of hide-and-seek in corridors filled with enemies.
I just went through one.
High, but it is the only way to reach the one you seek. There is more than one way into this place. Your choice will dictate much.
What else do you see, mighty oracle?
Oh, such pain. I see two restless spirits crying out for revenge. These shades could help you destroy the dark force if they were to be brought back from their spiritual form. Yet this is only one possible path to your destiny. I'm afraid this is getting beyond me. I know very little about the afterlife. I can only advise getting counsel from the druids. Be warned. The druids are reclusive and dangerous. They might aid you, or they might destroy you. Like their island, the druid's nature is hidden in the mists. There is nothing more I can do for you, except to give you this. It is water from the sacred pool. That and my blessing go with you.
Thank you, great oracle.
Was it in King's Quest 1 or 2 where we met an oracle? It was 3, so Alexander has met 2 oracles in his lifetime. Lucky guy. Yeah, it was the oracle behind the spider web, and we needed to turn it into a falcon in order to get the spider out of the way and drop it into the ocean. Makes sense.
Alexander.
Land of the Green Isles, Isle of the Beasts.
Alexander feels it. From the northeast come the sounds of mysterious drums and chanting. Alexander is standing on the beach of a shrouded island. From here, 2 paths lead into the island, one to the northwest and one to the northeast. Weird, gnarled trees and rolling mists add to the island's eerie atmosphere.
It's not really northeast, it's more like just pure north.
From the east come the sounds of mysterious drums and chanting.
Who cares?
2 paths end at a clearing here. A path to the south leads back to the beach, and a path to the east leads inland. Around the clearing is a village of tree houses. Alexander is standing in a small village. Arranged around him in a circle are houses built into the hollows of huge trees. In the center of the village is a fire pit.
Hollows of huge trees. So we got Winnie the Pooh living in one and Piglet in the other.
A communal fire pit occupies a place of honor in the center of the little village. The fire pit, naturally enough, contains coal. The coals are cold. That's odd, because Alexander definitely smells the smoke of an open fire close by.
Well, there might be another fire around, idiot.
Alexander reaches into the fire pit and takes a lump of coal. A horned animal skull is on display in the center of the village. Based on its central location, it may perhaps serve as ceremonial protection against danger. A wooden-handled scythe hangs against a bearskin on one of the tree houses.
Are we on None-Tonight Island? I hope Alexander is a good assembler. Looks similar. I don't think he can even assemble 2 sentences together to make sense of himself.
Alexander takes the scythe.
I mean, I'm sure he barely can. He can barely tie his own shoes.
From the northeast.
Yeah, I get it. Shut up. We can hear it in the music. Let's get out of here.
Alexander.
To the Isle of Puns. Also, I didn't mention it before, but the red and white queen of Chessland, they couldn't think of better gifts to give to the couple to be with than a lump of coal and a spoiled egg. What do you expect from chess pieces? Smarts?
There's a small bottle on the coffee table. It bears a label that reads, "Drink me."
I hope you can find a cookie or something that says, "Eat me."
Alexander picks up the bottle.
You mean Alice picks up the bottle? By the way, now we are officially in the halfway of the game. According to points, that is. They could have given them checks, mate. Don't put yourself on the same level as this game, Eldritch. You're much better than that.
Your Highness may as well spend her royal time contemplating something else. The lump of coal shall be sent to the Castle of the Crown under my name, and that's all there is to it.
It's the game to be played, for sure. Not Sinlaw this time.
If the
coal is sent in your name, I shall royally decree a ban on all red on this isle.
You do, and I shall royally decree that white shall be henceforth used for all mopping up of cabbage stew.
Ew.
You wouldn't dare! Oh, wouldn't I?
Oh, it's you! Have you thought of any more of those brilliant ideas of yours?
I have the most brilliant idea. You both get a clump of coal.
I found the two of you another lump of coal so that you can stop fighting over the one you have.
Sorry, I couldn't find a spoiled egg.
Let me see! A lump of coal! And what a beauty it is, too! Oh, marvelous! Now we can stop fighting, sister. Your Highness can just keep the old lump of coal, and I'll take this new one.
Quite right. That settles everything.
As a token of our endless esteem and royal favor, please accept this magnificent and truly incredible spoiled egg.
Yay! I get a spoiled egg.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Off with you then!
Let me see that lump of coal, Your Highness.
It is a beauty, isn't it?
It's fun to do.
Why, it's bigger than my lump of coal. Let me have it immediately.
Over my dead body, Your Highness. It's my lump of coal, and it is indeed larger and much grander. Just look at that sheen.
I demand you exchange with me immediately.
And now they're going into war. Yep. Exactly, Alexander. I actually agree with you this time.
The spoiled egg has a slightly yellowed shell that bulges in spots from the pressure of the gases inside.
Great, it's gonna explode any day. Or any minute. Any second.
Alexander pulls out his magic map. Nothing happens. Apparently, the map won't teleport its user anywhere except the other islands. It's a good thing, too. Alexander has had enough of ocean swimming lately.
Missed by 1 pixel.
Alexander feels...
Back to the garden. Da, 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 da. Now that we got something to protect ourselves against this bitch.
Alexander decides to pass through the gate, preparing the shield just in case. The magic arrow completely shatters the shield. Good thing the arrow didn't hit Alexander.
Yeah, but that impact should have shattered his bones.
The archer's bow is empty, his lone arrow spent.
And now he's all sad. I'm 4.
Alexander walks forward to step onto the gazebo. But the rose hedges on either side of the path, sensing an intruder's presence, reach out their vines and blend together. The path is blocked.
For now.
Flowering rose hedges grow on either side of the path winding north. Alexander takes a magnificent white rose from the rose hedges. The rose has a hue of the purest white.
And now it's time to get through this hedge.
Alexander wields the scythe, determined to get past the magical rose hedges.
Kill, 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 main, destroy.
Alexander tries to cut the branches faster than they can grow back together.
Die.
Right. He's through.
Crush, kill, destroy, swag.
Who dares enter Beast's garden?
My name is Alexander. I didn't mean to disturb your private garden.
No. And yet, monsieur, you could hardly have accidentally broken through the 3 enchanted traps of the Isle of the Beast.
I suppose it is simply my nature to break through enchanted traps.
You must be a prince, then. I know the nature of princes all too well. This face you see before you is hideous, is it not?
Well, for the face of a beast, it is really quite noble.
Ha! I'm glad you like it, for you will soon own one just like it. I too was once a pretty prince, caring for nothing but adventuring and rescuing fair maidens. But I rankled one too many evil hags. One dark night, I was turned into this obscenity you see before you, warped in shape and trapped on this enchanted island over 100 years ago.
Surely there is a way off this island.
Oh, surely. You broke in, did you not? And yet think, where would I go clad so eloquently as I am with this silk and this pelt? You see, my prison is also my sanctuary. You are the first to break through the barriers in lo these many years. That is, except for the druids who stole my heirloom coat of arms.
If there's any way I can help.
Help? You? I'm afraid you don't understand. The enchanted barriers were a warning and protection for you more than for me. Your prize for forcing your way past them is to join me in this dire life. By the laws of this sorcery, you are doomed to be trapped in the form of a beast. Your reward for broaching this garden is to be my slave, a slave as beastly as I am. You have only a few hours of humanity left.
But that's not possible. There must be some way to break the enchantment. Spells always have a weakness somewhere.
The enchantment you are under is tied to my own. Oh, the sorceress left me a way out. But I'm afraid it was only her final bitter joke. You see, I need only find a maiden to join me here, to share my castle, my life, willingly. Take another look at me. You can't help but admire the hag's terrible cruelty and cunning.
I shall try to find such a maid, for Cassima's sake.
Truly? How determined of you. I personally would not waste my last few hours as a man on an impossible errand. However, you may do as you please. I give you this token. It's my family ring, and the only heirloom I have left. If perchance you should... if you think you have found a maid...
I shall give her this ring.
Yes, she must accept it of her own free will. By doing so, she accepts me. Not that you shall find anyone, mind you. Your time is short. Count the minutes on your fingers, while your fingers you have, pretty prince.
My
Your master
fingers!
will await you.
I think Zelda might get that one. What happened to my stuffed touchers? I've always preferred that over the GG reference.
The fawn is too busy eating to pay attention to Alexander.
Can we pet it?
Alexander resists the temptation to pet the fawn, thinking he might frighten it.
Understandable.
Alexander
Hey, sweet. Sorry, ran out of power.
Jalo, my friend, is the wedding still moving forward at the castle?
Prince Alex, egads, yes, that confounded wedding has a whole castle a-bustle. Look, I didn't come here to talk about that, though. I came to warn you.
Warn me? About what? Isn't the wedding bad enough?
No, listen. The Wazir knows that
Wazir.
Alexander. He's posted extra guards, and he's telling them about a foreign saboteur. Who else could he mean but you? The Wazir's genie must have learned of your presence in the land, Prince Alex. I don't know how, but he must have.
I haven't exactly been discreet, I'm afraid.
Alexander, this is serious. Alhazred will never let you get close to Cassima now. He's doubled the castle guard, probably to make sure you keep out. Gadzooks! Oh, it's too bad there isn't some way to convince Alhazred that you've left the islands or even died. If he thought you were out of the way, you might be able to get close enough to...
What an interesting thought. Tell me more about this genie.
The genie's name is Shamir Shamazel. Alhazred brought Shamir with him when he came to this kingdom. Shamir probably won't directly threaten you, but that doesn't mean he isn't dangerous. He can be a terrible trickster and an ingenious spy. It's too bad we can't get our hands on Shamir's lamp. If we had that lamp, Alhazred and all of our problems would be solved. Wouldn't that be a fine thing?
Yeah.
You would wish to be master of such a wicked creature?
Oh, Shamir isn't necessarily evil. Genies never are, you know. They only reflect their owner's heart, for good or ill. Alhazred is hardly a shining example for an impressionable genie.
So how do you propose we go about getting Shamir's lamp?
What? Oh, Prince Alex, I was only dreaming. I mean, the lamp is heavily guarded. It would be easier to steal Alhazred's own trousers while he's wearing them than it would be to get that lamp.
But surely a clown's hands are quick and agile.
Well, yes, they are, as a matter of fact. But then the theft would be detected almost immediately. And then... my poor neck.
If the theft were detected.
Oh, I see. Yes, well, there might be a slim chance, but only that. If you could find a replica of the genie's lamp, an exact replica, I might be able to make the swap. I alone might get close enough, but I couldn't tell you what to look for. I caught a glimpse of it only once. I would know it if I saw it again, but to say I cannot.
Well, I'll just have to see what I can do.
Good luck to you then, Prince Alex. I really must be going back to the castle. I don't think I'll be able to come back here. If we were spied on, well, it's too high a risk. I hope you understand. If I see Cassima, I'll tell her I saw you. If you do ever make it to the castle, look me up. And do be careful, friend.
I will. Goodbye, Jalo. Thanks for all your help.
Thanks for all the help, yeah. Well, at least now we know that if we found the exact lamp that the genie is housing in, he could exchange the lamps. And that's why you need to remember what lamp you saw in that cutscene. Abdul al-Hazred.
Beast's ring is made of pure, heavy gold and bears an insignia possibly related to Beast's princely past. There's a young girl in the yard. The girl is dressed in a long, plain orange robe with a thick headdress. From the appearance of her clothes and from a skittish, fearful look about her, Alexander gets the strong impression that she is a servant, or even worse, a slave. The serving girl appears to be stealing a quiet moment tending the rose bushes.
Good day, maid. My name is Alexander. How do you do?
I'm sorry, sir, but I'm not allowed to talk to strangers.
Not at all? Not even 2 words?
The girl is too shy and fearful to talk to a stranger, especially a tall, handsome one such as Alexander.
Pardon me, maid. I hope you don't think me forward, but I see that you like roses. I thought you might, perhaps, like a fresh white rose.
Alexander can see the conflict in the girl's pretty face as she fights between her distrust of him and her desire for the white rose. The rose wins.
Oh, I shouldn't, sir, but it is so lovely. I've never seen a rose of white. It looks so pale and delicate. Wherever did you find one of such a color?
There are many hedges of them on the Isle of the Beast, and they grow together like magic.
Oh, truly? What an adventure that must be to see them. But I should not speak so, especially to a stranger. Thank you for the rose, though, kind sir.
And now for the beast's ring.
Alexander has a thought about the serving girl. He decides to bring up the subject of Beast with her.
Let me tell you about the place where the white roses grow. The Isle of the Beast is an enchanted place. There's a path running through a deep forest. The path crosses 3 magic blockades, set to keep all visitors away. At the center lives a tremendous beast.
Really? Magic blockades? How exciting! What kind of a beast? Is it very terrifying and ferocious?
It is a beast that walks on 2 legs and dresses like a prince. It speaks with the voice of a man.
A beast that talks and wears clothes? How is that possible? Is the beast magic too?
Not magical. Enchanted. Beast was once a prince, but a witch trapped him in the form of a beast and set him on the island. There he lives in a castle in the midst of a maze.
How terrible! Imagine how lonely he must be.
It is a very lonely prospect, isn't it? Oh, I have met him, you see. He is indeed ferocious, but who would not be?
He really exists? Oh, how it breaks my heart. If I could, I would tend to such a beast. Such a beast might find comfort in a kind face. Do you not think it so?
Oh, I think it's so. I very much think it's so.
Then why don't you marry him, Alexander?
Not be afraid of him?
Afraid? Maybe at first. But how silly of me to speak so. The roses in this little yard are the only magic I will ever see.
I could take you there. In fact, I would owe you my life if you would go. If you truly wish to go.
You are serious? I could leave here? Oh, I have always dreamt of leaving. But to actually go... This is the only home I have ever known.
Home is a hard place to leave, even if you're unhappy there.
But I will go. If I can help him, I must go.
Is there nothing you wish to take with you?
There is nothing.
Then take this ring. It is his. He will be pleased if you would wear it.
Why, it's the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. Thank you kindly, sir.
Beauty! Where do you think you're going?
To a place where roses grow, and to someone who truly needs me.
Must be a Golden Films version because the Beast is called the Beast and Beauty is called the Beauty. Completely useless now.
I see you wear my ring. You willingly agreed to spend your life here with me? Do you know what that means?
Yes, my lord, I do. I have been touched by your story.
Pity alone need not sentence you to endure this face.
Oh, but it is a gentle face, and kind.
You look at me so sweetly and are not repulsed. Oh, by the light of your eyes, my spirit soars. The enchantment is broken.
I am pleased to have served you, my lord. Do you still wish me to stay?
What?
That a hair.
Speak not such nonsense, Beauty. Do you think that I learned nothing of true love during my time here? You are my queen.
Oh, my clothes! This gown!
How well it suits your noble heart.
Alexander, how can I ever repay you? I have nothing to offer except my gratitude. But please, take these old clothes. Perhaps you'll find someone in need during your travels.
You have already repaid me by your example of courage, Beauty. And by your friendship, I hope.
You will always have our friendship and loyalty, Prince Alexander.
His eyes are looking
But
two
from a
different
fellow
ways.
Adventurer, take some advice. If you find your true love, protect her with your life. We're all beasts without the redeeming humanity of love. And to aid you, accept my mirror. Now that my life is no longer hung in false shadows, I have no need for it. Give it to someone with nothing to fear from the truth it reveals.
Thank you. I wish you both well.
Come, Beauty. Let me take you home.
I mean, she already had the big tracts of land, even before this fancier dress.
Beauty's old clothes are very ragged and heavy. They consist of a long, thick dress and a headpiece which covers the hair and most of the face. A long strand of Beauty's blonde hair is caught in the mantle. Alexander searches through Beauty's clothes and finds a long strand of blonde hair. Alexander is carrying and the lamp contains baby's tears. The small vial contains the oracle's sacred water. The water has a crystalline appearance.
Grab that, put that there.
Alexander pours the contents of the oracle's vial
Hey,
into
Astriel.
the hunter's lamp with the baby's tears. The vial, now empty of its sacred fluid, disintegrates.
Poof.
Alexander fills the hunter's lamp to the brim with the fountain water. Alexander is carrying an old, battered hunter's lamp. The lamp contains sacred water, baby's tears, and fountain water.
As it should.
Beast's mirror consists of a piece of glass set into a decorative frame. The glass is unusually clear, and the image particularly true. Alexander takes a
Magni. Ah, Papa Bicho.
Alexander feels...
Oh, hello, druids.
Great gods, did you see that? The man just appeared from nowhere.
With a gigantic crown on his head.
Spirits. I see no boat.
He is an intruder, no matter how he got here. Grab him!
Not again. Look, I'll leave. It's no problem.
I think not. Let's go.
Alexander is frozen at the spectacle before him. Robed figures are gathered around a bonfire. Some mystical ceremony is taking place, but as to its purpose, Alexander has no clue.
We found a trespasser on the beach, Archdruid.
Uh-oh. Archdruid. Now what has Alexander wandered into?
This must be the foreigner we were warned about. How appropriate that he should come during our rain festival. Place him in the sacrificial cage.
His cat cowl is blinking.
There's an ancient
That cat is still alive.
saying, a man who would save others must first save himself.
Alexander is pushed into the confining wicker cage. And the cage is swung out over the bonfire. Alexander starts to feel a little warm.
We'll just simmer a bit.
The bottom of the cage is getting uncomfortably hot. Mercifully, Alexander passes out from the heat before the first tongues of flame ignite the wicker.
Tickets only. Next.
Feeling hot and sweaty? Try a shower.
Been there, done that. Now I wonder why I couldn't choose an item there. That is weird.
Alexander feels...
Great God.
Perhaps
he is...
Not a...
I think...
Alexander is frozen at the spectacle.
We found it.
This...
Wait!
There's an...
Alexander is... And the cage...
Game? I'm supposed to be able to use my items here.
The bottom of the cage
I should
is
be
getting
using the
uncomfortably
freaking
hot.
rain spell to save myself here, but it's not allowing me to go to my inventory or anything. Heh.
Tickets only. Next.
Feeling hot and sweaty? Try a shower.
Yeah, maybe I need to prepare it first, yeah.
Not
Oops.
again.
Wrong save. Restore. That one. There. Alright. So we take this. No, not dip. Dip. Dip, 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 dip. Yeah, but it did it. There.
Alexander prepares to enchant the hunter's lamp with the Make Rain spell incantation.
Clouds of thunder, shafts of light, come and sup with me tonight. Waters 3 have I for tea, brew a tempest now for me.
Also, wave wand.
The lamp in Alexander's hand gives a little perk. He hopes the spell works despite his makeshift teapot.
I'm a little teapot, short and stout. Here is my handle, here is my magical lamp.
Alexander.
Alright, now it should work then. Skip, 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 skip,
Great,
skip, skip,
yes.
skip, 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 skip,
Not
skip, 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 skip.
Alexander.
We found... Oh, this must...
Wait!
There's a...
Alexander. And the cage is...
So now it should automatically
Alexander
work.
Starts to feel a little warm. The bottom of the cage is getting uncomfortably hot. This cage is really hot.
And text has changed.
Fire in the cage. Alexander pulls out Beauty's old slave clothes, desperate to beat out the flames. The flame is extinguished, but the clothes themselves burn to cinders. Alexander won't be able to keep the cage from igniting for long. The heat and movement must have jarred something.
I can hear the bubbling.
Something that Alexander's carrying is starting to jiggle around. Egad, something's really percolating. The water in Alexander's lamp is hot. It's just about boiling. Alexander feels a drop. It starts to rain.
That man is a powerful nature wizard. By the sacred oak, let him down!
Let him down! Later, after a short but furious thunderstorm,
I must apologize for our rude welcoming committee. We've been feeling inhospitable ever since the winged ones stole our sacred miniature oak tree.
they're all
Besides,
blaming each other.
Vizier Al-Hazred sent a message that we were to watch out for a highly dangerous foreign assassin. I assume you are the one he meant.
Assassin.
I'm sure I'm precisely who he meant. I assure you, I mean to harm no one. Unless that person threatens the princess. I'm sorry to have disrupted your ceremony, but I'm running out of time.
What is it that you seek?
The oracle on the Isle of the Sacred Mountain told me I should speak to you about the realm of the dead. She told me of 2 souls in unrest there that I might be able to free.
Free souls in the realm of the dead? You're mad.
The souls might be able to help me on my mission to save the princess. It's imperative that I do everything I can. The risks are not important.
No. And yet getting yourself killed will hardly help the princess. But I will tell you what I know. Legend has it that it is the right of any human to challenge the Lord of the Dead in order to save his own life or the life of another already past.
Challenge, huh?
But the knowledge of how to do this was lost centuries ago. I have only heard of one who tried it. A young knight who came to the land of the Green Isles from a distant land long ago. According to the story, he was determined to challenge the Lord of the Dead for the soul of his dead lover. It is said that he tamed the Lord of the Dead's horse, a black-winged, demon-hearted beast named Nightmare. Nightmare sometimes flies to the human world to feed on certain noxious plants. Those unfortunate enough to see her are glad to escape with their very souls intact. Somehow, the knight captured Nightmare and rode off on her back, supposedly to the realm of the dead. But neither the knight nor his lover ever returned. If there was a means for challenge, it was lost with the knight.
I see. Can you tell me anything about the Lord of the Dead?
That is a blacker matter still. To the druids, he is Samhain, lord of coldness and despair. Samhain was once a man like you or I, but he insulted the gods and was sentenced to rule the underworld.
Salmon.
Immortal he is and mateless. Robbed of sleep, robbed of movement, robbed of companionship. It is said that he hates all mortals even more for the mortality that he lost. That is all I know.
You know a lot.
I shall remember.
Now look how the oak embers of our bonfire still glow hot despite the rain. If you're bent on your course, you'll need courage that's just as impervious to the chill. May your luck last longer than your storm, brave one.
May it indeed. Thank you, Archdruid.
The embers from the bonfire are still smoldering despite the rain. Alexander scoops up some of the red-hot embers in the ancient human skull.
Now that's a cool-looking skull.
Alexander is carrying a human skull filled with embers. The embers are glowing with heat. Alexander has a single strand of Beauty's golden hair. The strand of golden hair feels fine and glossy. Alexander examines the skull and feels a sense of his own mortality. Alexander puts the strand of hair into the skull.
Putting a hair into burning embers. Ugh. What incredible smell you have discovered. And also some rotten egg in there.
Alexander cracks the spoiled egg and dumps it into the skull containing the embers and the strand of hair. The spoiled egg hisses as it makes contact with the hot embers. Zounds, the steam. Phew, the smell of sulfur. Alexander is carrying a human skull filled with oak embers, a strand of hair, and a spoiled egg.
The smell of burning hair and burning spoiled egg.
Embers are glowing hot. A foul, sulphurous-smelling steam rises from the spoiled egg and embers mixture.
Ew. Like, ew. Complete. Ew.
Alexander.
Time to send a message to Cassima that we are working on saving her. And we're doing our damnedest that we are here to save her. I mean, she doesn't even know that yet.
Alexander holds out his insignia ring to the Nightingale, hoping she perhaps is the Nightingale that Giallo spoke of, and that she might be able to take the ring to Cassima. The ring is the one thing he has that might alert Cassima to his presence on the Isles.
There's a snake in the tree. Watch out, Alexander. A poison a snake.
The Nightingale swoops down and grabs the ring. She flies off towards the castle, perhaps to Cassima.
Sing Sing, what have you got in your mouth, my pretty? A gold ring? Sing Sing, where did you get this? Realm of Daventry. But this is Alexander's ring. Oh, my soul, he must be here.
Oh, my soul. She turned into a sheep there for a second.
I wish you could tell me what you've seen. Is he really here, then? On this very island? Oh, if only I could leave this castle as easily as you. Take this ribbon, Sing Sing. If you know where he is, return it to him. Please be careful, Alexander. It is so dangerous, and yet I could not wish you away.
The girl in the tower.
The little bird makes a delivery.
Thanks for the garbage.
The Nightingale has dropped a bit of red velvet on the ground.
Yet again, thanks for the garbage.
It's a red velvet hair ribbon. Could it be? Could it possibly belong to Cassima herself?
No, it belongs to the Vizier. Alhazred wants to...
It were so.
I mean, the Vizier Alhazred wants to marry you instead of Cassima wanting to marry you now.
The lady's hair ribbon is made of the finest red velvet. The red ribbon feels soft and luxurious between Alexander's caressing fingers.
Don't caress it too much, mister. It's like Murray says, hey, watch the hands.
Alexander holds out the love poem, hoping that the bird will deliver it to the same place she took the ring, in the chance that the receiver might truly be Cassima. The Nightingale swoops down, grabs the love poem, and takes it towards the castle.
Sing Sing, my sweet, you bring another present. Let me see. It is a poem, Sing Sing.
What was it when I looked at you? What power has chained me through and through, and binds my heart with links so tight, I cannot live without the sight of you.
Oh, Alexander.
Alexander.
I was hoping he'd return to you. Take this to him while he waits. Hurry, my fleet one.
The little bird makes a delivery.
Oh, how I wish this crown icon was a dunce hat for Alexander.
The nightingale has dropped a bit of paper on the ground.
It's more fitting for him than a crown.
It's a note.
Dearest Alexander, I cannot believe you are here, my friend.
It's a death note with
Please,
Alexander's
please
name
be
on it.
careful. Abdul isn't about to let anyone interfere with his plans. Watch out for Abdul's genie, Alexander, and do not do anything rash. I am not without resources, and I will prevail if I can only find some small means of defense. Do nothing to try to get to me. You must not be endangered again for my sake. Greatly in your family's debt, Cassima.
Alexander's hand trembles as he reads the note. For the first time in his long search, he has heard her voice again, if only in writing. No words of love, only friendly concern. Friend. Is the maiden merely shy, or does she regard him only as a brother?
Friend zone.
Alexander holds out the rose, hoping that the bird will deliver it to Cassima. The nightingale takes the rose and heads for the castle once more.
A white rose, how beautiful. It must be from Alexander. How I wish that I could see him with my own eyes, but Abdul will never allow it. He only risks capture by sending me these things, dear to my heart though they are. Fly elsewhere, my pretty friend. Do not endanger Prince Alexander again by taking tokens from his hand. Forgive me, Alexander, and forget me. I cannot return your love, for fear that I shall never leave this castle again.
Alexander waits in vain for Cassima's nightingale to return, but the bird does not. Could there be something wrong? Or does Cassima simply not welcome his attentions further?
You know, Cassima is at a window of a tower. Can't you just look? I mean, you can look down, you can see people. Maybe you recognize Alexander somehow. Everybody's an idiot in this game.
Good day, Prince Alexander.
Excuse me. Hey, so like... Yeah, thank you.
Alexander suddenly gets a very sneaky idea.
I can't go on anymore. Without Cassima, I'd just rather not live.
Prince Alex, no!
It's true. The Wazir has beaten me. I give up. Poison is my last resort.
Stop.
I am no more.
Shakespeare. Thespian.
Oh, What a waste. The poor young fool.
He's dead. He's dead. Wait until Abdul hears. He'll be so pleased.
Seconds later in the castle.
I told you not to pop in like that. You can learn to knock like everybody else. Sorry,
There's the genie
I
lamp.
couldn't help myself.
That actually is the genie lamp.
Well,
So it's a blue
what
thing.
is it? Prince Alexander is dead. He killed himself in despair over losing Cassima.
It actually is the same one as before.
What?
Maybe it's always the same.
Positive? That young man has proven to be most devious. I saw the whole thing myself, Master. He was really and truly quite dead. If what you say is true, it shall be most convenient. You've spent enough time on that little irritant. We must start thinking about the wedding. Anything, Master? Oh, I do love weddings. Well, we do want you to look your prettiest, don't we? Now, Shamir Shamazel, to the lamp with you. Prepare yourself, as we discussed.
Yep, that blue thing is the genie lamp. That's where we learn it
Alexander's
from.
heart lurches to life in his chest.
Prince Alex! But you were...
Sorry, friend. I was doing a little acting, I'm afraid.
Ah, of course, the strange cloaked man. You are quite clever, and a bit too exciting for an old man.
Now, with that done...
Would you mind if I...
Of course.
Alexander.
Let's take the last item.
I think I'd like the painter's brush.
Very good, Prince Alex. The painter's brush it is. May your painting go well. Feel free to bring back the brush at any time.
Thank you.
At any time. You got it.
Good day, peddler.
Good day, sir. If you would like to get one of my fine
Nice
new
teeth.
lamps, I'll need an old lamp in trade.
Isn't it a rather bad business? Taking old lamps and giving new lamps in exchange?
Well, there's always a chance that I'll find a genie. If I had a genie, I'd be richer than a king. Besides, there's always a roaring business in antique luminaries.
If you say so. Well, here you go.
There's no reason to use...
Excuse me, peddler, but I have an old lamp that might interest you.
Ah, an old lamp. And what a nice traditional design, too. Take your pick of my new lamps.
There it is.
A fine choice, my son. Here is your new lamp. Good day, and I thank you, sir.
Good day.
Watch him go.
Drat, another dud.
At least he tried.
Alexander is carrying a human skull filled with oak embers, a strand of hair, and a spoiled egg. The embers have grown cold, and the mixture has coagulated into a foul mess.
I think I made a mistake.
The villagers bustle about their chores. They seem a busy, if somewhat subdued lot.
I may have made a mistake in making that thing too early because it's not glowing anymore. Maybe that's another soft lock if you do that spell stuff too early. Let's see.
Alexander.
Gotta try something. Out of curiosity. I still have the full points, but that doesn't matter if it's gotta be soft locked. Because I don't know if this will work.
Alexander exchanges the embers in the skull for more red-hot embers from the fire, being careful not to disturb the rest of the skull's contents.
It actually works. Alright, no soft lock. We're still good.
Alexander is carrying a human. The embers are...
Yep. That's awesome. I thought it was soft lock, but we can still do it. Nice. Very nice.
Alexander.
Yeah, I would have thought that we're soft lock, but nope. Now to the Sacred Mountain. Now we are off to the realm of the dead. I like both games, Sonic. I like God of War as much as Devil May Cry. I played God of War 1 and 2 many times through on my PlayStation 2, just like Devil May Cry. There it is. The Nightmare.
Alexander arrives at the top of the cliffs, somewhat winded after his long but uneventful climb. A mighty winged horse, the color of midnight, is feeding from the nightshade bush. The creature must be Nightmare, the one the druid spoke about.
The charm spell is what we need.
Alexander solemnly speaks the incantation over the skull.
Creature of night, to me succumb. Fire and brimstone leave thee numb. Purity bind thee like a chain, to do whate'er.
I didn't mind the quick time events at all.
Nightmare flares her nostrils at the scent of the fire and brimstone.
That's what the smoke is doing. Like, come hither.
Come on! I need passage to your homeland, fiery one.
Unable to resist the power of the enchanted smell, Nightmare approaches Alexander. Her eyes appear glassy and sightless. In her hypnotized state, she is unaware of the human so close to her flank, or of anything at all except that marvelous smell.
Now ride!
Still wonderful strands of very noodly hair. Or very thick.
Nightmare deposits Alexander on a strange, cold world. And some of the inhabitants don't look too friendly. The ghoulish animated bodies of the undead roam the haunted landscape. Restless spirits are bound to the surface of the underworld. Chained by earthly cares, they are unable to go below. These two spirits wander together. The spirit of a beautiful and noble-looking woman floats silently alongside that of a desperate-looking man. The ghoulish animated body.
That one's has like a kitchen knife on the back of their... on the back.
Who are you, poor undead creatures?
That explains everything.
I see. How interesting.
Exactly.
Who are you, grieving spirits?
I am Queen Ilaria of the land of the Green Isles, and this beloved spirit is my husband, King Caliphan. We were murdered in our beds by our trusted Vizier.
Oh, great.
Like a viper, he snuck in during the night and stabbed us in our sleep. Now my husband's soul is broken, and he will not speak.
Then you are the ones I seek. Are you not the parents of Princess Cassima?
Our daughter! Have you news of the princess?
I know that she is alive and safely back in her kingdom after being rescued from Mordak. But I'm afraid I have not personally seen her. Alhazred is keeping her in her room in mourning for you.
I am glad to hear of her return, but she will not be safe alone with that devil. Oh, that we could be there to protect her.
Cassima, how I fail thee.
My poor husband will never rest while our murder goes unavenged and our daughter is in danger.
I came to take you back with me. Your people are still loyal to you. They need to know about the Vizier. Cassima needs you too.
But this is the realm of the dead. We cannot leave it. Nor, for that matter, can you. The only one who might be able to return us all to the land of the living is the Lord of the Dead. But he would never help us. He has no mercy.
I might be able to convince him. I must try.
Then take this. It is my ticket to the underworld. There you will find the Lord of the Dead. I cannot use the ticket as long as I'm chained here. And if we cannot be avenged, I will never be unchained.
Thank you. Perhaps it will save us all.
Be careful, young man. If you can ease my husband's torment and help our daughter, we will be most grateful.
I will do my best. Goodbye, Queen Ilaria.
Time to get to work.
The spirit of a woman hangs like a puff of smoke in the air. She is weeping and appears to be very distressed about something.
Why do you not rest, sad spirit?
Rest? I cannot rest. My son is lost.
Lost? You mean in this realm?
No. His spirit is stuck in the land of the living, probably looking for me. But I cannot leave to go show him the way. My poor Ali.
Is there anything I can do?
Take this handkerchief. If you get back to the land of the living and find him, tell him that his mother is waiting for him here. By this kiss, he'll be able to find his way to the realm of the dead.
I'll do my best to find him.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, my Ali.
Welcome back, Goblin. Poof.
The otherwise dark sky is faintly illuminated by a full moon. Alexander has the feeling that it is always nighttime in this realm. He cannot imagine the light of day touching anything in this dreary place. The surface of the realm of the dead feels even more oppressive here. A path leads to an ominous-looking skull that looms in the distance. The surface is haunted by the ghoulish shapes of the undead and by the chained, tormented spirits of mortals unable to rest in peace. A monstrous skull looms at the end of the twisted path. The passing spirits are all heading for it as though it were a magnet. It must be the entrance to the underworld. Alexander decides to get closer to the undead creature. A decision that was definitely not one of his best.
Just disintegrates. I forgot what the death was.
Next. Alexander's mother always told him to avoid bad ghouls.
Why? And also the same name that I put there is a reference to Warcraft 3. One of the leaders, especially a necromancer, who would summon ghouls and skeletons, says that. Yeah, it's bad girls, yeah, bad ghouls.
Hands something to the spirits that approach the underworld entrance.
Take it, please. Next.
A strange skeleton with a long, horse-like head and ceremonial armor stands at the base of the path to the underworld. He watches over new arrivals with a discerning eye, handing tickets to the spirits desiring admittance. A large bone keyring hangs from his waist. Living skeletons are gathered around the entrance to the underworld. A uniformed skeleton stands guard at the entrance to the underworld. He takes something from the passing spirits and then waves them on into the underworld. Alexander is carrying the Mother Ghost's translucent handkerchief. The ghostly ticket reads, "Admit 1."
Simple.
Alexander is standing at the entrance to the underworld. The entrance is a huge tendon-covered skull. The skull's mouth is the doorway to whatever lies below. Two solemn skeletons admit the spirits who seem to be drawn, trance-like, to enter the skull. Alexander is standing. A group of large bones form an interesting arrangement to the right of the path. Two smaller bones are propped up on the ground near the larger group.
Well, time to have some fun.
Alexander picks up the two bones on the ground. Now, what do these bones remind him of?
A xylophone.
Ah, yes. Now I remember.
The skeletons are overcome with the musical call of the bones. They begin to jiggle, then to dance.
I should make an emote of all these then dancing together. And especially that. I mean, I have the sprites.
Alexander finishes his tune, and the skeletons resume their posts. Despite their frolic, they don't seem any friendlier. A key made of bone has fallen from the skeleton's keyring, and now lies on the ground.
And to that we say, a yoink!
Alexander picks up the skeleton key.
Might I get one of those tickets?
The skeleton with the tickets must not approve of Alexander's less than ghostly looks. He refuses to give him a pass.
Nice bone structure.
Thanks.
Nice bone structure.
Thanks.
Thanks.
I must see the Lord of the Dead. Please let me pass.
Tickets only.
The skeleton at the door seems quite determined.
Well, it's a good thing we got a ticket.
I have a ticket.
Oh, on. Next.
Alexander slips off the path and plunges into the river Styx.
6 drowning way.
As soon as the water touches his skin, Alexander's mind and body go numb. He sinks like a lifeless stone.
Hey, I was already admitted in. Why do I need to get admitted twice?
Next.
Hey, what a fix. Bathing in the river Styx.
Hey, stop that. I beg of you. I got no rhymes. I'm just wanting them to stop the puns and stupid death messages. I mean, the puns and everything makes sense in Space Quest games, but not here. Not that much. Hey.
Apparently, Alexander's not the only one who's curious about the body on the path.
Uh-huh.
A knight's remains lie abandoned on the path. The knight, like Alexander, must have been alive when he entered the underworld, but for some reason he never reached his destination. Alexander wonders if this is the knight the druid spoke of. A knight's remains lie The knight is wearing an old, tattered ribbon. It must have once meant much to him as a sign of his lady's favor.
What rhymes with shut up for the love of all that is holy? Shut up for the love of all that is holy. Here's a rhyme for you, roly-poly. I don't know.
The knight is wearing one black gauntlet. There appears to be some writing on the gauntlet, but Alexander can't quite make out what it says. Alexander takes the knight's black gauntlet and examines the writing on it. Flesh may cross the portal and seek its master, death. Flesh may go where death is trod, and challenge, like Scheherazade, he who reigns beneath the sod, to spare a mortal's breath. Zounds, that sounds serious.
What is it with zounds? Just say hell, shit, fuck. Oh yeah, this is not a Leisure Suit Larry game where they curse a lot. Shut up for the love of all that is holy, otherwise I'll get my tummy gun and you will be holy. That works.
Alexander slips off the path.
Alexander, what are you doing? I wasn't even... How hard is it to walk on a path? For Alexander, it's impossible, apparently. Well, that was suddenly here. Alright.
Charon's boat is an unearthly vessel. It bears a huge skeletal prow for slicing through the river Styx. The river Styx is an ebony mass of liquid, resembling black tar or melted black glass. Despite its incredible stillness, the river seems to have a life of its own.
Where's my teacup?
Alexander scoops a little of the river Styx into the teacup with the swamp ooze, being careful not to get any of the black water on his skin. Charon stands in his boat, eternal ferryman of the dead. Alexander can't quite make out what's under Charon's cowl, and he's not sure he would want to.
It's just a skeleton.
Charon stands in his boat. The spirits of the newly deceased make their final journey into the depths of the underworld.
Well, he's holding his hand out, so better give him what he wants.
Will these coins do as fare for passage?
Charon accepts the fare and waves Alexander onto the boat.
Whee! You left the bone. Insert coin.
Alexander is standing on a path in front of a large gate. The path is surrounded by the chilly river Styx. Charon, the ferryman, is gone. Alexander has the feeling that he's close to his destination, that it must in fact lie on the other side of the gate. The large wooden gate at the end of the path is closed.
I'm quite surprised that it's wooden. I would have thought it would be bone.
Alexander reaches out to open the gate. Suddenly, the wood trembles beneath his fingertips.
What touch has awakened my sleep? I smell the blood of a mortal.
He's seen some shit.
Reach out thine hand again, fleshy human, that I might devour it. It has been centuries since I last ate.
Despite his fear, Alexander summons his bravest voice to command the living gate.
Open the door! Open the door!
Gate. I have business with your master.
My master and thine, human. I would be pleased to introduce thee. Only step forward and thou shalt meet him shortly.
No, thank you. I come to meet the Lord of the Dead with my flesh still intact.
And why should I let you pass, human, when I would much rather eat you?
I have been told that there is a way for humans to enter Death's realm. There must be something I can do. Some task that will allow me to pass through your doors, Gate.
I seem to recall something. A trick. Perhaps, a test. Yes. Should a human try to pass, a riddle is Gate's wont to ask.
A riddle it is, then.
And if thou wouldst fail to answer, Gate, his thirsty jaws will be thy fate.
Agreed.
Listen as though it meant thy life then, human, for it surely does. My first is foremost legally. My second circles outwardly. My third leads all in victory. My fourth twice ends a nominee. My whole is this gate's only key.
Your whole?
My first is foremost legally.
Yeah, I just heard it. Why are you repeating
circles
it?
Outwardly. My third leads all in victory. My fourth twice ends a nominee. My whole is this gate's only key.
It's moon. No. Most. Monster? How can I undo this? Apparently not.
I don't know the answer.
Ah, don't sound so disappointed. I will make it quick. Perhaps.
Oh.
Yum.
Yum yum.
Tickets only. Next.
Riddle fiddle. What to do? Somewhere sticky, there's a clue.
Somewhere sticky? Huh? There's the answer. Next.
Alexander reaches out to open sudden.
Yeah. I heard it before. Oh,
I would. No.
Oh.
I have been.
And if
Agreed.
My first is foremost legally. My second.
The answer is love.
Ah, thou traitor of the mortal plane.
Such a simple riddle.
Didst thou guess love?
It wasn't a guess.
That riddle should never have been solved.
It's too simple.
Love is unknown in this realm.
Love cannot be banished, even from this place. There are spirits still pining of it on the surface above. Still less can it be banished from my heart.
Enough!
Close
Burden
guesses,
me
Elder.
not with
Close.
thy poetry. Pass through, and quickly, before I change my mind.
I mean, love, the Ekor god Bill Shamharoth. Same.
Alexander is standing in the hall of the Lord of the Dead. It is here that the spirits of the newly dead complete their journey and meet death himself. The servants of the Lord of the Dead stand silently at the head of the path to his throne. The Lord of the Dead's throne is surrounded by the Sea of Souls. The living sea swirls with the spirits of those who once walked the mortal realm. What awaits them, Alexander cannot know. The spirits of the newly dead end their journey here. They have an audience with the Lord of the Dead, and are then immersed in the Sea of Souls. What purpose the audience serves, Alexander does not know. The spirits.
Excuse me. I'd like an audience, please.
The shrouded guards escort Alexander to the throne of the Lord of the Dead.
Why have you entered my domain, still wearing your flesh? If you are so anxious for death, you might have found it easily enough in the land of the living. But since you are here, you are most welcome to stay. Kiss my hand, and you will be one with the spirits. There will be no pain.
The Lord of the Dead is a huge, grotesque figure. He and his throne are one, grown together over the centuries till he can no longer move. chains further bind him, pinning him to his endless, weighty task. If he was once human, as the Druids claimed, Alexander can see no sign of it in his merciless, fathomless eyes.
There's a nice palace of skulls back there, and I noticed that you've got bony legs. Death. Literally.
There's nothing there that can help. There's nothing.
I seek a boon, my lord.
Why should death grant you anything, mortal?
That won't save Alex.
I did not come here to die, but to demand my right of challenge. I respectfully challenge thee, death, by throwing down this gauntlet. Man may pass the portal and seek its master, death. Man may pass where death has trod, and challenge like Scheherazade, he who reigns beneath the sod, to spare a mortal's breath.
He has the gauntlet!
Who's speaking?
Impossible!
Who are speaking?
He
The dead?
challenges death. Who are you to challenge death?
Prince Moron of
Flesh is all I
Daventry.
need to be, my lord.
And what is it that you seek with this challenge? The soul of some dead maiden?
I seek the souls of King Califim and Queen Ilaria of the land of the Green Isles.
You would save 2 human souls and emerge alive from this realm yourself? That shall be a difficult challenge indeed. The tomb does not open its doors lightly.
Either all 3 of us leave, or none go.
Very well. Then let me think of an appropriate task. Ah, yes. I have it now.
Yes.
Your challenge is this. For thousands of years, I have sat upon this throne. I have heard every sad tale that can be told by human lips. I have seen
No, I will fell a
tragedies
tree
that
with a
ended
herring.
empires, injustices that defy reason, love that would light the very stars turn cold and hard. I have seen torments that cannot possibly be borne, and yet must be for centuries. This thing I have never done. I have never shed a tear. Make me cry, thou man of flesh. That is my challenge.
Make death cry?
Sooner could he turn sea to stone, or fire to ice.
Is this a cry for help, a cry of fear, a cry for tears of sadness, or cry of happiness? There's 4 cries. It pokes him in the eye. I would just kick him in the shin. It's like, ow! No, oh, that's a cry of pain. That's the 5th one. There's 5 different cries. You have to be more specific when you're around me. I mean, if I wanted to keep him pain, I would just tell him more puns. And he would be like, no, please stop, you may go. How did you target Shanti? That is a good question. Twitch be twitching. Squirt mustard in his eyes. Ooh. Anybody got a pepper spray? I'll make him cry. I don't remember if there's a unique death scene here or a death message. But we could try.
There's nothing. As though sensing Alexander's desire to touch him, the Lord of the Dead reaches out his hand. As the Lord of the Dead's hand touches his shoulder, Alexander's mind fades.
So poking him in the eye is not gonna work. Here. Ah, this is where that death sequence is from. I had this as an emote. So that is unique. That is very unique. I guess that's the only way to get that scene. Touching death.
If your existence has been all that you say it has, then truth alone shall be my sword.
The mirror's surface swirls with darkness for a moment, then fills with images even blacker. Reflections of despair, of wailing souls, of shackles colder and more immutable than any forged by man, of a world of thirsts that can never be quenched. Alexander feels the mirror tremble in his grasp, and is glad that he cannot see its face. But the Lord of the Dead is transfixed to the mirror, to the screening of his life. Things long forgotten are once more uncovered. His enslavement to this throne while still a man, the years of watching misery and horror and growing ever more numb to it, the seep of his own humanity, the slow growth of a new thing altogether which became that which he is now. His is an existence that has no possibility of redemption, no end. The surrounding spirits draw away in pain. The truth is so sharp it stabs, so intense it sears.
Aye.
Take it away. Make it stop.
Look at Death's face. There, one tear.
The mirror of truth cracks from the strain, and Death sheds a single gray tear.
Truth is indeed a terrible thing. I have worn this mantle for so long, I had forgotten its dreadful weight. You shall take the souls and leave as I agreed. You have been granted to stay from this inevitable reality. I almost envy you. Find the souls he has claimed, and bring them to me.
Don't worry, Death. We've been here before many times.
Caliphim and Queen Alaria, I presume. Your hero has won you a few more years of mortality. May your souls be more prepared for their rest when you return.
Thank you, my lord. I hope that they will.
And you, man of flesh, my steed shall take the three of you back to the land of the living. Tell her where it is you wish to go. Until we meet again, then, I assure you, we will meet again.
No offense, my lord, but I hope that will be many long years from now.
It is never as long as you might wish, mortal. Now, begone.
Yes, my lord.
You'll meet him in 2 days, Alexander, because you're a moron.
Are you coming, Majesty?
Alhazred's treachery must be handled carefully, Alexander. Alari and I must go gather our allies and form a plan. Watch over Cassima. Make sure she comes to no harm. We will return as soon as we can to take back all that has been stolen from us.
I will keep her safe until your return.
Thank you, son. Your love for our daughter must be deep indeed for you to have undertaken death itself for our sakes.
Indeed. May we succeed in what awaits us, and live long together as a family.
Away with you! Oh, I'm gonna end this here. We'll finish this up next Monday. I mean, we're not too far from the end, but it's still a lot of work, so it's about, I don't know, 2 hours of gameplay left, depending on how well I'll do. I mean, we're getting to the hardest part of the game, in the castle. It's so easy to get caught there.